Live pictures from Kiambu Road, the main road heading towards the city center on this 25th of June 2025, exactly 3 minutes to 6 a.m. This is the situation on the road, usually a busy highway into the CBD. Today recording much lower traffic than usual. Meanwhile, police have set up quite a number of roadblocks along Kiambu Road and along sections of Thika Superhighway, especially on the side heading towards the city center. All this in anticipation of whatever will happen later today. More police roadblocks set up along Jogo Road, especially around the City Stadium roundabout. Other areas where we do expect police roadblocks is Ngong Road. Can already see sections of Thika Superhighway at Githurai. There appears to be a roadblock there, just looking at the map. Roysambu as well, Garden City Mall, and Outer Ring Road, that section as you join Thika Road as well. Along Jogo Road, there's a roadblock at City Stadium roundabout, and as you get into the CBD at Landis Road. Along the Eastern Bypass, another roadblock just before you get to that roundabout where we have the KQ headquarters. And on Mombasa Road, just before you get to City Cabanas, quite some traffic there indicating that there could be a roadblock there as well. Further back, immediately after Great Wall Gardens Mall, along Mombasa Road, heading towards town, a long stretch of traffic, meaning that that area, very close to Valley View Park Estate, there could be another roadblock there, as police try to check who's getting into the CBD. It is a big day today as we mark the second anniversary of the Gen Z protests of 2024 and the anticipated march in remembrance of the victims of police brutality. And this is a main talking point today across the country. It remains a dominant story, the commemoration and anniversary of the deadly 2024 and even 2025 anti-finance bill Gen Z protests. It marks the second anniversary of events where protesters opposed tax hikes, stormed parliament, and faced a heavy police response resulting in dozens of deaths, with figures like at least 60 to 70 or more cited in different accounts, injuries and abductions. So families, activists, opposition figures and youth groups have planned peaceful marches, vigils and demonstrations within the CBD and other areas across the country to remember the victims and push for justice, accountability and better governance. And at 6 a.m. usually along major highways in Nairobi, it's very busy, but as you can see, very low traffic recorded this morning, with many people expected to stay away from the CBD. Yes, a very good morning. Welcome to TV47 Breakfast, our special coverage of the memorial or the remembrance or the second anniversary of the events of June 25th, 2024, where the Gen Z protests turned violent and many people lost their lives. So families, activists and other people will be turning up at the CBD this morning to actually hold a memorial march towards Parliament, where they're expected to lay flowers. Although security agencies are anticipating much more than that, and we'll be looking at the dailies to take a look at that. That's why we have so many roadblocks across major highways leading into the central business district today. And that will remain the biggest talking point. Whether or not people will be able to make it to places of work, today it still remains to be seen. Different leaders, including government officials and even police, giving conflicting directives on what should happen today. The police boss in Nairobi saying he is yet to receive any notification of any protest march and therefore saying that should not happen. Meanwhile, the CS for Interior, Kipchumba Murkomen, urging anyone taking part in this remembrance march to be peaceful. So who's saying what? Because the CS says that yes, police were notified, but the police says they were not. Anyway, it remains to be seen. A lot of talk around the finance bill that was assented into law, and which for the past two occasions of June 25 for the last 2 years has been the biggest bone of contention. This time round, not much contention in as far as the finance bill. But yes, there are jitters. There are people who have already expressed concerns. And this is what we'll be talking about throughout the day. Meanwhile, other things are happening. Even as we continue with what's happening in Kenya, let's just take a look at the World Cup and see what else is happening today. Today, South Africa emerged victorious against South Korea. And najua mukuangalia hiyo mchezo because mulisema hiyo si kazi yenu. Morocco beat Haiti. That's another African team. Just looking for the African team so far. Okay, fine. The two won. That's South Africa and Morocco. Incidentally, those are the two African teams that many people say they do not need support at the World Cup. Elsewhere, Czechia lost to Mexico 3-0. Scotland lost to Brazil 3-0. Bosnia and Herzegovina beat Qatar 3-1. And Switzerland beat Canada, one of the hosts, 2-1. So we'll be looking at what next to expect, especially in and around the matches at the FIFA World Cup, which is happening in the US, Mexico, and Canada later on. All right, so we'll continue getting updates from across, not just Nairobi, but across the country, just to ensure that we get you up to speed with what's happening there in as far as this remembrance is concerned. I know the word protest has been used quite a bit, but there's no indication that there will be protests today because no one has indicated what they will be protesting about. But yes, indeed, it is the second anniversary of the protests of 2024, where many people, 62 people, according to IPOA records, died in the 2024 incident, and 2025, 27 lost their lives there. So we'll be getting updates from our reporters on the ground in Nairobi and from other cities and towns as well. That will be coming your way later. For now, let's take a look at the weather situation. It's a rather warm day in Kitui today, mostly cloudy, highs of 24 degrees, currently 16 degrees, not so bad. Quite sunny in Mombasa, highs of 28 degrees, that's comfortable weather there, lows of 23 degrees currently as we speak. Elgeyo Marakwet is quite chilly this morning, 18 degrees in Elgeyo Marakwet, and it's raining as well, lows of 9. Wow, hiyo ni kama shida iko, ile baridi proper ya July, sorry. In Kakamega, it's quite warm with scattered rains with scattered thunderstorms, highs of 26 degrees, lows of 18. Light rains expected in Kiambu as well, highs of 22 degrees, lows of 14. And in Nairobi, it's partly sunny, highs of 23 degrees, a bit warmer than what we saw in the past 2-3 days. I think on Monday it was 21, yesterday it was 22, but now 23 degrees. The highs, lows of 15 degrees. And that's the weather situation. A lot of uncertainty today. No one knows what will happen, not in Nairobi, not elsewhere. But whether or not you're going to work this morning, definitely you need some inspiration. Let's get the quote of the day.
The most important thing is to enjoy your life, to be happy. It's all that matters.
Enjoy your life and be happy. That's the quote of the day. Let's come back and take a look at the local dailies, most of them simply covering the events anticipated today. Even as we take a look at the dailies, of course, a lot of talk on social media with regard to President William Ruto's tweet about one media house. And that is what everyone is talking about, especially on X. Why did the president have to express himself on social media? But, well, he's not the first president to do so. Donald Trump does this every day. He actually had to open his own social media, Truth Social, to be able to do the same. Anyway, let's come back and take a look at the local dailies. And we start off with a Standard that has dedicated both the front and back page to the heroes. They call them our heroes. 65 people killed by the police. And what it has done is it has put quite a number of the photos of those who perished in that fateful June 25th, 2024 date, where most of these people lost their lives. And now we're marking the second anniversary of the Gen Z protest, because that is what they were dubbed. They had been dubbed Gen Z protest. So both on the front page, the very first picture is there of Rex Masai. Allow me to read just a number of their names: Evans Karobi, Erickson Mutisia, Anthony Kimeu, Kevin Mwawasi, Ibrahim Kamau, Kennedy Wakini, Kelvin Madaga, David Shege, Ernest Kanyi, Shakilo Bienge, Beasley Kogi, Credo Yaro, Fantalio Nakara, Joash Ombati, Dennis Otieno, Francis Sawe, Austin Makoha, Erickson Mutisia, I think I've read that already, Kennedy Onyango, and Charles Owino. That's on the front page. If you flip the paper, more names and pictures there. Under the headline, Rest in Peace, Ryan Mwendwa, Mike Brian Kasaine, Duncan Osongo, Brian Kimutai, Peter Njenga, Anthony Karaoke, Ibrahim Wanjiko, Emmanuel Tata, Michael Kihoga, Peter Mogo, Paul Mboro, Jeremiah Oscar, Paul Makori, Edwin Dambiri, Victor Otieno, Dennis Njuguna, Bridget Njoki, Braxton Omai, Brian Kimathi, Brian Maina, Kelvin Madanga, Emmanuel Giggs Tata, Erickson Mutisia. I think some of them have been repeated, but nonetheless, Caroline Shiramba, David Shaban Baraza, Evans Kirato, Eric Shieni, Denzel Omondi, and Dennis Oduor. These are just some of those who lost their lives on June 25th, 2024. And the Standard has dedicated both the front page and the back page in their remembrance. Rest in peace. They marched with phones, flags, and the Constitution. 2 years later, their names echo louder than the tear gas and gunfire that tried to silence them. We honor a generation that paid in blood for its demand for a better Kenya. This story has been covered extensively on pages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's how much space has been given to this story. We've just been seeing the World Cup on the back page. This time round, no. It will take a pause. It will have to take a pause as we focus on the main agenda of this day, which is the second anniversary of this. Rest in peace. And we do hope they did not lose their lives for nothing. The only other piece of news that has been given space on the front page of the Standard is an editorial responding to the president. And under the headline, Mr. President, the Standard will not bow to blackmail. So it starts, and I'll just read the first paragraph. The Standard Group PLC finds it impossible to ignore the post published by President William Ruto on X, in which he directly referenced to the group. Yes, you can go on Twitter and look at that post by President William Ruto targeting this particular media house and the reaction by Kenyans on the same. So let's take a look at the inside pages of the Standard to just see what people are talking about. The first headline, Murkomen contradicts police on demos, traders appeal for peace. Yes, while police insist they do not have any notification of any protest or march in Nairobi, the CS says police were notified and that those who are doing the march should just remain peaceful. Too little, too late, say parents of youth killed in 2024 protests. They say it is too late. Even the compensation given to them is not enough. Rights activists face crackdown ahead of anniversary events is another story. Flags, flowers to mark Gen Z protest day events. Organizers say citizens will gather at locations where demonstrators were killed. Participants have been asked to carry a flower, a white handkerchief, and the national flag. That's from the organizers of the Gen Z anniversary. Tortured but unbroken abductees recall ordeal. Remember that abductees from these two incidents are part of those who are to be compensated. I think they said those who underwent enforced disappearance, which mainly means abduction, will be compensated as well. Gen Z martyrs who marched for change paid with dear lives. That's another headline inside pages. Plight of hundreds of Gen Z protesters languishing in jail. And this is something that is rarely talked about, that there's still people. Prison officers have confirmed that over 200 youth are still in custody over what suspects called trumped up charges, some going as far back as 2024. Meanwhile, the state has started payout for victims of protest-related rights violations. despite the fact that the list is yet to be made public. Page 6, face the truth, Ruto under fire for accusing Standard of blackmail. That's a different story there. Victims keen and survivors to lead vigil in Kisumu. I remember one of my panelists yesterday insisted there will be nothing in Kisumu. Meanwhile, Oburu, that's the ODM party leader, urges police to protect peaceful demonstrators. How DIG Lagat became face of Gen Z crackdown. These are just the main headlines. And I think that's the only story. Yes, those are the only stories on the dailies today. As far as the Standard is concerned, no other story given prominence. More than 7 pages, actually 9 pages dedicated to that. News about the World Cup is on the back page. Allow me just to give you some of the games to be played. Today, Curacao will be facing Cote d'Ivoire. Ecuador face Germany, both games at 11 p.m. Tomorrow, more games, Japan versus Sweden at 2 a.m., Tunisia versus Netherlands, 2 a.m. as well, Paraguay versus Australia at 5 a.m., Turkey versus USA at 5 a.m., and later in the evening, Norway to face France and Senegal to face Iraq. And that's the Standard this morning. Tukiangazia gazeti la Taifa Leo, jinamizi la Gen Z ndio habari kuu kwenye ukurasa wa mbele. Maafisa serikalini wakosa usingizi licha polisi kutumia nguvu kupita kiasi kuwadhibiti Gen Z. Miaka miwili baada ya maandamano makubwa ya vijana wa Gen Z yaliyotikisa nchi na kulazimisha serikali kuondoa mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024, athari zake bado zinaonekana wazi kusumbua serikali, hasa katika sera za ushuru, uchumi na siasa za kitaifa. Habari kamili kwenye ukurasa wa pili. Waziri wa usalama ananukuliwa pale, amesema waandamanaji wafanye hivyo kwa amani. Ametumia picha ya mwaka wa 2025 hapa, vijana wakichoma moto barabarani na kuweka vizuizi kwenye barabara inayoelekea uwanja wa Kamukunji. Ilikuwa ni Julai tarehe 7 mwaka jana, wakati wa maadhimisho ya maandamano ya Gen Z. Kwa hivyo pia hapa habari kuu ni maandamano ya Gen Z na ukumbusho wa yaliyotokea mwaka jana na mwaka wa 2024. Vidokezo zaidi, kando na masuala ya maandamano, DCI kumulika wanaochoma shule zao. Pesa nyingi za kaunti 9 ni mshahara. Na Rais Lungu yule wa Zambia kuzikwa Afrika Kusini. Koti ya Afrika Kusini yasema familia ya Lungu ndiyo iliyo na haki kuamua mahali atakapozikwa. Ni malumbano tu kuhusu aliyekuwa wakati mmoja rais wa Zambia, Edward Lungu, baina ya familia yake na serikali ya Zambia, ambayo ilitaka mazishi yake yatendeke nyumbani Zambia, lakini familia imesema hapana, wanataka azikwe alipokufia kule Afrika Kusini. Pale juu kwenye gazeti la Taifa Leo, kurasa wa mbele, IEBC afichua mipango ya uchaguzi mkuu mwaka ujao. Maafisa wa umma wanaonuia kuwania vyeo uchaguzi mkuu sasa wamesalia na chini ya siku 230 kujiuzulu kulingana na IEBC. Masuala ya World Cup, kombe la dunia, hesabu ngumu za DRC na Ghana bado zina nafasi kufuzu raundi ya 32 licha ya matokeo mseto mechi za awali. Gazeti la Taifa Leo. Tukisonga mbele, tunaangazia gazeti la Daily Nation. Habari ni ile ile. June 25th, 2024, the day that changed Kenya. And an image of the protesters there, young protesters with flags, masks, face masks, water bottles, and what else? Just that. No weapons anywhere. These were protesters along Kenyatta Avenue in Nairobi during the anti-finance bill demonstrations on June 25th, 2024. Some of them, probably even in this picture on the front page of the Daily Nation, are no more. Some of them could be behind bars. Some of them may have gotten injuries from that day. So on this second anniversary, anti-tax protesters stormed Parliament, forcing the state to shelve the draconian finance bill and dissolve Parliament, cabinet rather. Demos At least 50 people were injured and dozens were killed. 50 people were killed and dozens injured, most of them by police gunfire in the aftermath of the Gen Z protests that shut down the country. 2 years after the uprising, survivors still live with pain and trauma, but the state has unveiled a payout for families of those killed or maimed during the riots. Meanwhile, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen says peaceful and unarmed protesters will be protected by police, but warns goons plotting chaos will be punished. So who is saying what and who's saying the truth? If the CS says police were already informed or notified and that they should be protecting the protesters, then police come out and say, no, they have not been notified and therefore there should not be any protests in the city. So who's telling the truth? Away from that story, which is covered on pages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and we'll be coming back to that. IEBC unveils roadmap to 2027 elections, and there's a fresh storm over Chinese farms, 154 billion shillings JKIA contract, which was signed yesterday. Yes, these are the stories on the front page. We'll be getting another update shortly from the streets of Nairobi and elsewhere with regard to what's happening there. But we continue looking at the headlines linked to the Gen Z protests as I wait for indication of whether that update is ready. All right, even as we continue looking at the Daily Nation, we still have pictures from our roads. Let's take a look at the situation on Thika Road. Yes, live pictures there along Thika Road. Yes, that area around the Garden City Mall and Roasters. You can see, yes, it's already 18 minutes past 6. Usually traffic is heavy at this time of day around these areas. Matatu operators had indicated that despite the fact that they anticipate some disruption of normal operations in the city, that their vehicles will still be available to ferry people who are still willing to go into the CBD. But the reality on the ground is that not many matatus are on the road this morning. You can see the few people who are trying to move from one area to another are on foot, are doing so on foot. I'm trying to identify where exactly that is because, right, I'm informed that that's the area around Garden City Mall. Very little traffic in comparison to normal days. This is the route heading towards the city center. Remember, other sections of other roads have roadblocks erected by police officers who are checking vehicles and other pedestrians who are walking towards the direction of the city center. Those going outside of Nairobi are not experiencing the same. I think police are more concerned about those going into the CBD and whether or not unwanted people. There's been a lot of talk about goons and them infiltrating the protest march or the remembrance march, and police have been keen to ensure that this does not happen. Whether or not they'll be successful, we'll get to know. Motorists and yes, quite a number of motorists you can see they're using the wrong side of the road, the service lane, on the wrong, moving in the wrong direction, in the opposite direction, which is meaning that definitely traffic is not normal. Right. One of the roadblocks erected by police, this is the one at the Roysambu Kasarani roundabout, and it would appear that traffic is not able to move into the direction of the CBD through that area. And many vehicles are forced to go around the roundabout and use other probably the reason why a number of motorists are using the wrong side of the road, especially on the service lane next to Safari Park heading towards the CBD. So our vehicle has been forced to go further down Kasarani, now heading towards Githurai. Just to check out the situation, we'll be trying to see if we can head back towards the city, probably using the elevated section of that interchange to see if at all there are roadblocks above there. Because if at all the police insisted it will be business as usual in the CBD, then why block people from getting there to open their jobs and businesses on this day? It would appear some people had declared it a holiday, some politicians asked people to stay at home, but senior officers of this administration insisted it will be a normal day. Shops and businesses will be opened, offices will be opened as well. And so we don't understand why sections of the road have been closed to traffic, that police are reducing the number of people heading towards town. All right, we'll be getting more updates from our roads as we continue with this news review. I'm just looking at some of the headlines linked to the Gen Z protests. The day that changed Kenya forever, that's just one headline, and a very disturbing picture there of protesters carrying an injured demonstrator after clashes with police on Kenyatta Avenue in Nairobi. More headlines still on Daily Nation. Murkomen vows crackdown on leaders mobilizing protest goons. How protests derailed Ruto's ambition to raise tax burden. Traders still reeling from 2024 chaos, taking precautions. And victims leave with physical and emotional scars. Yeah. Then some of the names that were really talked about during the protests in 2024, they have a headline here on page 7, after the Gen Z revolt, where are they now? And that's the question being asked. And the faces on page 7 include Bernard Kavuli, Hanifa Aidan, who was, I think, came into prominence during the protests, Odhiambo Ojiro, Gabriel Oguda. Okay, Gabriel is now part of the broad-based arrangement. I think he works in Parliament under one of the CSs. Joshua Okayo, Shakira Wafula, Alan Ademba, and Willie Oeba, as well as Billy Mwangi. These was just some of the names that became prominent in and around that time. They were too young, too fresh, and inexperienced to know what to do with the power they held on June 25th. That's, they're quoting one, Shakira Wafula, says they were too young, too fresh, and inexperienced to know what to do with the power they held on June 25th. All right, our camera is right now at Githurai. Let's take a look at what's happening there. Live pictures there, that roundabout in Githurai. We're just going around the roundabout that goes towards Githurai and Mwehoko. A lot of border riders there, but I'm struggling to see any matatus. Usually this place is full of matatus in the morning as they ferry people towards the CBD. Most of them appear packed, but you can see the police presence there. Heavy police presence in this area as well. It's only matatu, border guys who are moving around. I'm yet to see a single matatu heading towards the direction of the city. Once again, I think even that section of the road has been blocked to traffic, meaning that anyone using the service lane along Githurai is not able to proceed towards the CBD, and you're forced to turn around and head towards KU. Yes, one of the officers there giving instructions to one of the motorists who's insisting he needs to proceed on to Thika Highway. I think he's been allowed to do so. But where are the matatus? I remember matatu operators insisting that their vehicles will be available to ferry people into the city center. But it would appear that's not the case this morning. So yes, police, roadblocks, blocking the flow of traffic towards town, towards the central business district. And this means that in the CBD, it must be a ghost town this morning. We're hoping to get one of our cameras there and crew to give us an update of what's happening in and around the streets and avenues of the central business district. But as far as Githurai is concerned, even boda riders are having it difficult to head towards the city center, and motorists are being diverted towards a different direction, probably They're being told to go back home. How pity hapa. Yeah, that's the situation at Githurai, similar to what we've seen at the Roysambu Kasarani roundabout as well. We have reports that areas along Kiambu Road, all the way from Dumberi, Kiambu Town, areas around Paradise Lost, and even next to the Muthaiga North junction with Kiambu Road, the roadblocks set up by police, blocking movement towards the city center and diverting motorists to other directions as well. So you can see quite a number of motorists stranded here, because if you want to go to town and you're being forced to go back, I don't know how you'll proceed there. Probably using the bypasses. We still are yet to establish whether or not police have set up roadblocks there. You can see, yeah, no vehicle passing there. And quite a number of people probably who are hoping to go to town, not able to do so. The small matatus you've seen there are the ones that actually operate in areas around Ruiru, not heading towards the city center. So our vehicle being forced to turn around as well and now head further away from the city center towards Kahawa Sukari and KU towards Ruiru. The next turning spot should be at Kahawa. In a few moments, we'll be able to see whether or not that roundabout has been blocked by police as well. It would appear the police have instructions not to allow people to move along Thika Road towards the city center. Why this is happening, we still do not know, because the indication by the top ranking officers of this administration was that it will be a normal day for those heading to work, for businesses to reopen or to open this morning. But you can see even traffic heading away from town is not that heavy as well. So we'll be getting more updates on Thika Road, which at, what time is it? At 2 minutes to 6:30, the traffic situation is definitely not normal. And we are hoping that our vehicle will be able to be allowed to come back this way, because we need our reporters to be closer to the city center. What we've seen so far is that vehicles along Thika Road are not being allowed to come back towards the city center. Quite a number of police roadblocks set up there, and we'll be getting details, more updates from that road, as well as other major highways. How is Mombasa Road looking, Wayaki Way, Ngong Road, as well as Jogoo Road heading towards town? Also the Eastern Bypass, which is usually busy every morning. We'll be getting updates from there, and as well as the situation within the CBD, where the Remembrance March is expected to take off. I saw one post which indicated that they would be meeting at Jivanji Gardens and other areas, then proceed slowly on their march towards Parliament Building using parts of Kenyatta Highway, Kenyatta Avenue and Moi Avenue, as well as Harambee Avenue, as they head towards Parliament to lay flowers outside there. Remember, quite a number of those people who lost their lives did so after the Parliament precincts were breached and there was shooting. Massive shooting by security officers, and many people lost their lives there. We continue looking at the dailies, and I'm still on the Daily Nation, just looking at some of the headlines still linked to this coverage, and I think we've gone through them, quite a number of them. The only other story is about the IEBC unveiling 2027 roadmap for the election, and that's it. So it's all about the Gen Z protests of 2024. Back page, the Daily Nation has stuck to the World Cup. Will 2026 be the final World Cup for Messi and Ronaldo? It should be, probably because of age, but I do not know. Yes, plus an indication of how many games to be played today and what to anticipate. Let me just mention again, in as far as African teams are concerned, both South Africa will be playing on Thursday, and Curacao versus Cote d'Ivoire. All right, yes, the next roundabout we were to check was at Kahawa Sukari. And just like we've seen at Kasarani and at Githurai, also high police presence. These are just police vehicles everywhere, some even blocking our cameras. I think there's more police presence than people trying to go to work today. Police vehicles are all over. And you can see, gun on one hand and a fimbo on the other to point to which direction you should be going to. I think the only people who are being allowed movement there are border riders. Most private motorists have not been able to go to wherever they wanted to, and it's only police vehicle that enjoys this kind of movement. Let's see if at all our driver will be able to, our vehicle will be able to get its way back into the CBD, because I feel now he's maneuvered his way back to the direction heading towards town. And already there, you can see some being blocked by the police vehicle there. Okay, he's managed to maneuver that. Let's see if at all he'll be able to go and past Githurai, which is a few kilometers from here, probably using the main highway and not the service lane, because the service lane has been blocked by police. We are yet to see any roadblock on the main Thika superhighway, but at least the service lanes heading towards town have been blocked and motorists are being diverted elsewhere. Some have already started using the service lane on the opposite side of the highway, the wrong side. I do not know how far they will go with that. Yes, police presence even on the main Thika superhighway, but at least our driver has been able to maneuver through that. Still heading towards the CBD. Eventually we'll be getting more updates from there. We continue looking at the dailies this morning. And now I'm on the Star, which is fresh, independent and different, but not very different today because they've also paid attention to this remembrance. The main headline talks about State House race begins as IBC blows 2027 whistle. Agency announcing general election to be held on August 10th. Things that we already know, nothing new there. But at least they've also published pictures of some of the victims of police brutality. Once again, Rex Masai, the most prominent of them all, his image there, and others whose names I've mentioned, especially when I was looking at the front and back pages of the Standard today. They buried their children, but not their pain. That story is on page 2. Austin Makoha, Emmanuel Giggs, Wilson Sitati, Anthony Masharia, Erickson Chalo, Kennedy Onyango, Kenneth Njeru, Michael Kihuga, David Shege, Kevin Odhiambo, Brian Kasaine, Caroline Shiramba, Beasley Kogi, and yes, Rex Masai. This is indeed their day. That's why I keep repeating their names. They're the people we're remembering today. That's why we're having a protest march in Nairobi and elsewhere in the country in remembrance of those people who lost their lives. Another story on the front page here, governors avoid pending bills accrued by their predecessors. On the inside pages, Gen Z families, they buried their kids but not their pain. That's a story on page 2. Page 3, we have this guarantee by Matatus that they will operate during protests. Matatu operators have assured Kenyans that public transport services will continue uninterrupted as the country marks the second anniversary of the 2024 Gen Z protests with memorial marches. Hapo ni kama walitudanganya, because you've just seen live pictures from most of the roads and matatus are nowhere to be seen. Yeah. So that assurance ni kama hawakuweza to live up to it. IBC has been given prominence because the Stars only continued the protest stories on page 2 and 3. After that, it's IBC, which is the main spread on pages 4 and 5. Moving on from there, and it's other stories. Governors avoid pending bills from predecessors. Nyakango sounds alarm as governors drag feet on MC Autonomy Fund. Okay, fine. One more headline in the inside pages, page 7. Gen Z protest day showdown looms. And that's it. More headlines on other stories away from protests. And this one, police saying, what the Star has done is that it's mixed these headlines with regard to today's events with other news. So on page 9, they have the story about the police saying that they've not received notice of planned protests. The Nairobi Regional Police Commander Issa Mohamud addressed the media yesterday at DCI training school and said they were not aware of that. We continue just monitoring the movement of our vehicle, capturing the events along Thika Road, and just a few moments ago you saw that we had encountered another police roadblock but managed to go through it, probably after identifying ourselves as media covering the events. But you can see with this kind of roadblocks, no vehicles will be able to get into the CBD. Even matatus will definitely not be allowed into the city center. Most vehicles on Thika Road are the ones heading away from the CBD, which remains open to traffic. We've just been able to get past Kasarani, where vehicles are heading towards Kasarani and Mwiki and not towards the CBD. Very few vehicles even trying to get to the city center. Most of them, I think, have been diverted, and most have decided, wacha warudi nyumbani, because you cannot force your way into the city center. If this is a situation, 20 minutes to 7, and Thika Superhighway looks like it's just been washed squeaky clean. Very few vehicles there. Even motorbike riders, the number keeps decreasing as you get away from the residential estates and as you get closer towards the CBD. Very little traffic, actually almost none, heading towards the central business district. All right, back to the papers, and we'll be bringing you more of these pictures and updating you as soon as we get an update or clarity. All right, superhighway. Away from that superhighway, another story, Kenyans opt for Kadogo shopping as living cost reshapes spending. The Star is definitely different. Not much talk about what's happening today, and that's it. Back in the groove, that's the back page of the Star, talking about Cristiano Ronaldo playing for Portugal and is shown there celebrating after scoring against Uzbekistan. Another story here, Yamal causes chaos for our rivals, reveals Oyarzabal. There's a Spain striker, Mikel, complaining about, not complaining, actually talking about how Yamal, his teammate, is causing trouble for their rivals. That's the Star. Matters World Cup still giving prominence. A bit of coverage on what's happening today in Nairobi, but not much to talk about. Our vehicle continues moving towards the CBD, just about to get to Allsops, where we have that interchange between Outer Ring Road and Thika Road, and the situation is still the same. Very few vehicles on the highway. You can see on the service lane a bit of traffic, I guess, caused by another roadblock. Oh, and here you can see even the main highway, the main superhighway has been blocked for traffic. Motorists are unable to go past this point. It would be nice to see what exactly is happening just a few meters ahead, but it would appear not much movement is happening. Let me just confirm on our maps if at all there's any movement in as far as traffic is concerned from that area. And I can tell you for sure, not much traffic after this area, after this section of the road. It looks like it's been blocked. That must be a police roadblock there. Yes, and even Google Maps indicates that there's a blocked, that section of the road has been blocked to traffic, and after that, no traffic. If you get to the Pangani interchange today, the usual trouble spot, when you check traffic every morning, there's no traffic, meaning that motorists and boda riders as well, because I can see them here, are not being allowed to move further along this road towards the city center. Most of the motorists have come out of their vehicles trying to find out if at all they can get to town to try and open their businesses or go to offices. na waendelee kujenga nchi, lakini kama wameambiwa leo nchi haitajengwa sana. I can't see any police presence here. Where that roadblock is located, we're still not sure, but definitely there's a problem. Oh yes, I can see one officer, at least one officer there, meaning that this is a police roadblock on Thika Road just before you get to that interchange with at Allsops, the interchange with Outer Ring Road, meaning many motorists cannot go beyond this section of Thika Superhighway towards the city center. It's also nice to note that, or curious to note that matatus are not part of this motorist here. It is mostly private motorists, but it looks like some of them are being allowed to proceed. All right, they've been allowed to proceed towards town. So things are very fluid. Things are changing by the minute, by the second. One point, these motorists were not being allowed to go beyond the space. Now it would appear some of them have been allowed to proceed on. Yes, indeed, it is a police roadblock, but a number of motorists have been told that they can proceed on, probably after checks. And that is what is happening, especially on the roadblocks on Kiambu Road, that motorists are being stopped and the police doing a quick check inside the vehicles just to see the kind of passengers being carried or ferried towards town. And once they establish that you're genuinely heading towards a CBD for genuine business, then they allow you to proceed on. Okay, our vehicle appears to have maneuvered through that latest roadblock along Thika Superhighway, now getting past Allsops area, heading towards the CBD, where they'll be giving us an update. We're hoping there's no other roadblock there, because the crew is heading towards the city center for an update on what exactly is happening there, as we anticipate this memorial march towards Parliament, which will be happening later this morning. The situation in and around the city remains fluid. We do not know if more people will be allowed in, but we'll be getting a real update from our reporters. Let's finish up with a newspaper review this morning. I've taken a look at the papers there, and I'm looking for People Daily, because it also talks about, yes, People Daily on the screen. Thank you for that. People Daily, tension builds as nation braces for Gen Z protests, and they've used a picture there of one of the protesters cornered by police. He's shirtless. This one is from as far back as June 25th, 2024. The other story is about the Olkalau by-elections, which will be coming on, will be held on 16th of July. So the rivals in Olkalau by-election make a Goliath versus David battle, and that's the People Daily. Finally, Business Daily. It talks about China's CRBC contracts cross 1.2 trillion on lucrative deals. JKIA modernization contract extends firm's big win. Look, East policy opens door for the Asian nation. And also Family Bank in 231 million shilling payout to founder Muya. And this gentleman is one of a kind. He was taking photos with the other CEOs of Family Bank. He's a founder of the Family Bank. And while everyone else was dressed in a suit, he had jeans, sneakers, a sweater and tie. And a very interesting character there. On the ticker, banks winners VAT on seized assets removed. High Court rejects a bid to ban Johnson & Johnson. And finally, investment banks pivot to unit trusts in fees hunt. Quickly, we cross over to Uganda. And the president there, President Museveni, wishing his wife a happy birthday. Janet Museveni is turning 78 rather. That's the Daily Monitor. On the New Vision, peace target top opposition office reform. So matters politics and the presidency. Meanwhile, in Tanzania, the Citizen, tax relief as finance bill undergoes amendment. Yes, in Tanzania, they're talking about the finance bill as well. Meanwhile, Mwananchi, habari ni ile ile, sheria ya fedha ya umma ya achia. That's a finance bill in both papers in Tanzania. So let's come back and take a look at the local cartoons in the local daily. The one on the Daily Nation talks about what to anticipate today, and that's tear gas flowing around from the police. The cartoon on the Daily Nation, June 25th, ni tear gas tu kila mahali, na police huko wanasema threats and more threats. Yeah. People Daily also has police, and they talk about Gen Z on June 25th. Gen Z standing next to an epitaph of someone who passed on, and looking at the police who are saying you, pointing at the peace dove, the white one. Why? Cartoon on the Star talks about the same thing. The cartoonist there has caricatured Parliament as a very big gun, and saying Parliament is a protected area, do not trespass. Anyway, meanwhile, the Standard has a gun barrel pointing at a young person with two fingers up, meaning peace, dressed in a Kenyan flag. So all the four cartoons that we've looked at today are still talking about the events of today, or the events of June 25th, 2024, which are being remembered today on the 2nd anniversary. This is definitely the biggest conversation, and we're hoping to be having a panel, even as we continue covering this, to discuss the memories of June 25th and what... These are young Kenyans: Mike Duncan, Kamau Ambiu, Hans Rop, Justus Kimutai, Chacha Dismas Wantahe. Now this will be in studio today. Now this is Globe Roundabout. Still getting live pictures. Quite a number of people use pedestrians now walking into town. I think those who decided or chose to walk to town have managed to get there. But still, this Globe Roundabout, Globe Cinema Roundabout, usually is the busiest at this time of day, with the vehicles, matatus getting to Koja and other areas of downtown Nairobi, but you can see no vehicle allowed into town, only police vehicles, meaning that there must be another roadblock somewhere. Very few vehicles seen in within the CBD, and as we go up that road onto Moi Avenue, we'll get to see one of the busiest streets ever is Moi Avenue. And if at all it doesn't have vehicles, means today is not the usual day. This is more or less holiday traffic. Yeah, what you see on Sunday morning. City streets quickly clean this morning. Just a few people walking here and there, trying to get to their places of work, whether or not there'll be any work done today. And we've just gotten into Moi Avenue, where we can see very few vehicles moving on both sides of this major road. No matatus seen so far, even within Moi Avenue. We're getting closer to the Koja exit. And even at Koja, nothing much witnessed then as far as matatus are concerned. Just few private motorists moving. So that promised that today would be a normal working day. If anyone had said that or hoped for that to happen, it's not. Just seen a number of policemen walking, just strolling around the CBD. I've seen one matatu there. So heavy police presence along Moi Avenue, which looks like a construction site, but this has nothing to do with the protests. Just the usual digging up of everything to lay cables. And this happens every day, everywhere, making the city look very ugly. And it's now even more visible, the kind of damage they've done when the city is this empty at a few minutes to 7 a.m. You know how city dwellers are so busy getting into town as early as 4 a.m. Most businesses are shut. No shops are open today. Even Mama Mboga there, wondering who she will be selling to. Very easy to maneuver through the city center today. Very few, in fact, no shop open so far. All businesses are shut down. And as we get closer towards the Ambassador area, where usually, Ambassador and Kencom, where usually all matatus converge before they move to other areas of the city, no vehicles yet. I can see a few passengers who are hoping to go towards Westlands, stranded there because there are no matatus. And this is the situation around the archives area. Just police, more police, and a few commuters who are hoping, or rather stranded in town waiting for matatus. A few matatus there. Yes, I can see a few buses at Ambassador ferrying commuters. So, okay, fine. Matatus are there. On the opposite side, Kencom, I've also seen a number of matatus and buses as well. So a bit more activity in this part of town, but definitely not the usual kind of activity that we're used to at this time of day within the city center. So yes, matatus are operating, at least heading towards the eastern part of the city. But coming from Thika Road, what we've seen, no matatus so far. Coming from Kiambu Road as well, no matatus. All right, we continue bringing you updates from major roads within the city and how the situation is. This is a section of Landis Road heading towards the City Stadium roundabout and joining onto Jogoo Road. And you can see the traffic there around, this is Kamukunji area. Those roads leading to Gikomba and other areas, very little traffic, just as we had reported. Matatus not being allowed to ferry passengers into the CBD, but those already in the CBD can be, Matatus are allowed to drive them to other areas of the town. More police presence at that City Stadium roundabout as well. A number of vehicles diverted back to Jogoo Road, not being allowed into town. Yes. So unaambiwa urudi nyumbani, maeneo kama Buruburu, Umoja, tena Donholm. Quite a number of matatus are there, yes, heading towards town, but most of them are not being allowed. Actually, all of them are not being allowed to get into town. They're being diverted back to Jogoo Road. And commuters, according to reports, are being forced to disembark from these vehicles at even before you get to Machakos, just around the Mudhurwa area there. And they are forced to walk into town for those who insist on going on with the journey. They have to complete the rest of the journey on foot, because most of these buses are not being allowed to go beyond Mudhurwa. So this is a state of the traffic across major highways, and we'll continue bringing that to you throughout this morning, even as we anticipate more events. The Remembrance March that should be taking place later this morning. And as you can see, matatus here, this is where most passengers are disembarking on that roundabout as they turn back to Jogoo Road. Yes. All right, let's now take a short break. After the break, I'll be having some young Kenyans in studio to discuss their memories of June 25th, 2024, and looking forward to this day that now turns out to be more of a holiday. Or is it? We'll be having that discussion after the break.
Sundays at 8:30 p.m.
Good morning.
You have my rent?
Leo jioni kama tutakuwa tumelipa rent, nauza hii simu yako. Hamna pesa.
I need 3 G's to make my nails today.
Sasa hivi natuhusu aje?
Can I order now? Do you ship? Can I get blinking ones?
Mimi nilikuwa na trade. Nimewekelea kitele yangu. Kitele yangu na trade. Ikakunyuma.
Oh my God. You left me. Nitumie ni line.
Uko nje kuna wifi.
Why? Hi-Fi?
Wait, so what do we call this dish again?
I have no idea.
The cucumbers are there specifically for my beauty routine.
Tangu lini kero umeka kwa beauty product?
Na ameenda.
Tunafaa tukuwe na logo yetu. Like, si ni brand already.
We won't entertain divas.
No. I'm not dealing with a man child.
Amazing. Nishapenda hii energy.
Sundays at 8:30 p.m. on TV 47. Saturday at 8:30 p.m.
My father used to tell me that our hotel is the home for travelers. I guess I forgot that. Recently, it's been more of a mirror of my own ambition. Ooh, yeah. We might fail. We will probably fail, but not for a lack of trying. So for the last time and the first time, welcome to Connect In, the best experience in Eastern Central Africa and its environs.
Saturday at 8:30 p.m. on TV 47. Wednesdays at 8:30 p.m.
This is a very serious place.
I see that. Surely. Hey, Nyumba.
This is the place.
Just for a few days.
Rule number 2.
Kwani Google inajua maisha yangu wewe?
That's my seat.
It's a chair. It was hers.
You're new here?
Yes.
You learned the rhythm.
This place is run by structure. Structure.
It is a system. Ni venye tu ni system haisikizi.
And what happens if something you haven't chosen enters your day?
I remove it.
That's not always going to be possible here.
Then you are going to have a problem.
Noted.
What are you planning? To escape from a resort?
This is not a resort, my friend. This is a storage.
Wednesdays at 8:30 p.m. on TV 47.
Nairobi, where the hustle never sleeps and neither do the scammers.
Link Up, we are talking about something that's affecting all of us. We are talking trust.
We're diving into the campus life.
Stay fresh, stay safe.
Stay linked up.
My father used to tell me that a hotel is the home for travelers. I guess I forgot that. Recently, it's been more of a mirror of my own ambition. We might fail. We will probably fail, but not for a lack of trying. So for the last time, and the first time,
All right, we continue getting live updates from the streets of Nairobi and the main roads leading into the CBD. And our cameraman is now very close to the bus station heading towards Ronald Gala Street. And just like we've seen elsewhere, very little traffic, actually no traffic. We are on, I think, Ronald Gala Street now. Sections there, very few business, actually no business is opened. Sections of downtown Nairobi experiencing quite some pedestrian traffic. People on foot who have had to complete their journey into the CBD on foot. Most shops remain closed. Offices as well, very few people making their way to work. So we do anticipate that this may continue for the rest of the day. We anticipate much more activity later as those people who are intent on joining the march in remembrance of victims of police brutality converge in different areas. This is a section of Ronald Gala Street, now crossing Tomboya Street. Yes, and our vehicle has gotten just now onto Tomboya Street. And this road is usually very busy and heavy with matatu traffic, but you can see countable matatus there. Countable taxis as well. But you can see a lot more traffic on foot. Going behind Archives commercial area, which is usually very busy with matatus heading towards Kiambu Road and Embakasi. But today, Nekama, they were not allowed to get into town. Most matatus have been diverted back to the other roads heading outward, out to the city. Matatus from Kiambu Road are not there today. We can see they were not able to get into town. I'm informed that the roadblocks along Kiambu Road have been doubled. At around 5 this morning, there are only 3. Now I'm told there are more than 8 roadblocks along Kiambu Road. Tomboya Street, very empty. These shops are usually very busy. These parking spaces, you rarely get to see them even on Sunday because matatus are packed there. But today, it's only police vehicles that are patrolling the streets of the city. And it gives you the picture of how the city looks from the ground. Sometimes very ugly. Governor Sakaja afanye kitu, because if this is how the city looks, the kind of picture only hidden by vehicles when they're there. Yeah, matatus heading towards other areas, this one probably heading towards Westlands, allowed to ferry commuters there. But as we get back to Moi Avenue, zero traffic. The few people already in the city probably hoping to travel outside the city center, some who have insisted on going to work, wafanyakazi wale huwa wanajitolea. Sijui kama watapata ofisi zimefunguliwa. Kenyatta Avenue is also a ghost avenue today. Not much traffic. Getting into Kimathi Street as well. Very little traffic around this area. Media vehicles getting ready to head out from the Nation Center. And a few cabs here. But who's moving? The town is empty. All right, this is TV47 Breakfast, the special coverage of the second anniversary of the Gen Z protests of June 25, 2024. And a lot to be expected today, especially as activists and family members remember the victims of police brutality. And this is a discussion we want to have this morning. I have a number of people in studio, beginning on my immediate left. Mike Duncan, a human rights activist. Karibu sana, Mike.
Thank you.
We also have Chacha Dismas Wantahe, an activist. Karibu sana, Chacha.
Thank you.
Hans Ropp, a political analyst, is with us this morning. Thank you. It's good to have you in studio. And also another activist, Justus Kimutai, joining us this morning. We just want to see, because the significance of this day keeps growing, it would appear, that we witnessed what happened in 2024. Last year, the remembrance was there, and we've seen this now happening this year as well. And there's a lot of anxiety from those in government, families. Everyone is anxious. No one knows what to expect. You can see the kind of action the police have taken already. How significant is this day to you, Mike? Start from there, even from a human rights perspective.
So, personally, this day, it's not just about remembrance of the people that we lost. It's about the continuity of the things they were fighting for. Those who died, those who got shot. We're here, we call it as a remembrance of whatever happened. It didn't just end there. It's just a continuing. We are continuing the fight that they were fighting. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Chacha, many people are confused because many people were expecting that today will be a protest day. But ideally, the only organizers who come up with anything to happen today are those planning the remembrance march towards Parliament. When people talk about protests, do you agree that they could be misaligned to the activities of today?
Okay, I agree, because no, this is an anniversary, not a protest, first of all. So when people are going to the street, everyone go with his mind. There's a meaning of a protest, or you go and protest, don't destroy anyone's property peacefully. Actually, it is an anniversary, not protest. Mm-hmm. How can you protest? Mm-hmm. When people come to protest, everyone come with his mind. There's some people come to rob, some people come to protest and in a good way, like anniversary, to remember those who are died. Actually, I can say that I'm the victim of 2025 June last year. There's something got me shocked, and I feel like that something got me. When this guy was shot, Boniface Mwangi, I was around there. Mm-hmm. I'm the one who touched Boniface Mwangi with my hands. You are trying to save him, to assist him.
That's the person who was selling masks and got shot by the police.
The mask man. I was around there, like some meters away. But the moment they shot him and they leave him there down, you go and pick him. Same way. Same time, I mean. The Land Cruiser came with a high speed, 3 Land Cruiser. They did care. The way we are carrying that man. We were to give him first aid. Mm-hmm. But ilibidi tutoroke. Na polisi wakikuja, You know, the right of a police, or tuseme duty ya polisi ni to protect people. Not to harm people. How can a police anaweza kuja na marisasi akimimina? Even if hata ni kama live bullet.
Okay.
You know everyone, hakuna mtu aliana na bad intention kwa maandamano. Okay, kila mtu tunasema hiyo maandamano, kila mtu anaenda na intention yake. Kuna mwenye anaenda kuharibia mwingine biashara na kuna mwenye anaenda kuprotest peacefully.
Lakini sasa tukiongea kuhusu protest, because I think hapo ndio kuna issue, because leo ni remembrance.
Yeah.
But if you look at the papers even this week, there was a lot of that word protest. Najiuliza, okay, watu wana protest nini? What is the grievance? What is causing dissatisfaction ya kufanya watu waende kuprotest? So that clarity, are we protesting today or are we out here to remember the victims of protests that already passed? Hiyo ndo swali iko. Hans, do you feel like people have missed, a section of Kenyans has missed the point in believing that on June 25th it has to be a protest? And if at all they're protesting, what are they protesting about this time?
Yeah, I do not want to say that a group, I'll just say it's politicians. You know, whatever many youths were planning and discussing is to remember the loss of their friends and so on who lost their lives, which is a very good thing to do. But then you realize along the way, there are people who will bring in their self-interest. And more of these are politicians. Then now they will change the event from being remembrance to protest, because they'll want to maybe create some disturbance and discomfort, destroy property, attack to just make sure and things do not go as they are. And most of these are maybe people who want to discredit the government for their own benefit. So it also affects the youth who really want to remember their loved ones, their friends who really went through that. So one thing I would say is there is a section of Kenyans who really want to do the right thing. But along the way, this corrupted team, and more for political reasons. You know, I've always shared my thoughts that when a new president is elected, those who do not make or do not get a chance to take over on the government will begin fighting the government immediately. They wouldn't mind supporting that government to deliver. It will be in their wish that this government do not deliver, that they may have a better chance to lead. So they cannot, like, they are supporting this government that it performs better, maybe it can get another chance to be re-elected. The intention is to make sure this person who is leading do not really perform. So when there is any opportunity of such, remembering maybe an incident that had happened, there was no dissent in the country, the intention will want to infiltrate it and make sure they cause mayhem and destruction of property to make sure that the government is discredited for their own benefit. So I feel for us, the youths who really want to remember these events and celebrate some of the efforts we've gotten from the government, and we take these people who lost lives as heroes, because it has caused their lives that we've seen some of the changes and considerations in government. We now see how the government is going around to explain the finance bill involving youths on budget process making. There is a progress, even if we are not yet there today. It tells you we are heading somewhere. Okay. And so this should be a celebration and remembrance that we are celebrating the fights that people have done before. Okay. But we really wish the politicians could not take advantage of that.
Just as I don't know what you have to say about the clarity on why we are having this day today and what activities we should anticipate today. You look at the police and they look like they're anticipating chaos. Yeah. The police presence on all major highways is like leo kuna vita. Yeah. But is that what everyone is expecting? Is that what people are expecting? Families and relatives of those who died from police brutality are just hoping to remember their kin.
Yeah. You know, when you talk about June 25th in this country, there is goosebumps in all over the country, especially those people from the state, the government itself. they fear this June 25th. This is because it was something that was revolutionary, and it brought a lot of changes in the current government. And that's why when you hear something about the Gen Zs or the young people want to do something, there is a lot of goosebumps in the government. And that's why you can see the police is all over this. It's all over the country. You know, I'm coming from Nakuru this morning. They have blocked all the way from Uthiru, from Limuru. You can't access the city because they fear that this might bring another revolution. Something can happen within. It can be a memorial, and it can also bring something within that period where we are remembering those people who lost their lives. Something can happen. That's the government is fearing.
And even as you say that, we're looking at live pictures from outside Parliament buildings.
Yeah.
And you can see this wire, razor wire, that is used to block access to that area.
Yes.
Yet the protesters, or not really the protesters, the people who organized this memorial march were hoping to go and lay flowers outside Parliament.
Outside the Parliament.
But you can see what the police are doing.
Yes.
Already anti-riot gear is there. So it means that even the remembrance will be definitely impeded. They will not be able to do what they were hoping to do in a nice way. Should this be the way? Because if at all the CS says any person taking part in the memorial march should be protected by police, should indeed go as far as allowing them to lay flowers outside Parliament? So,
first thing, let me bring you back to protest and remembrance. So I think it's one of the same thing. We are doing a protest it's a constitutional right which is provided by the law, and we can protest peacefully, which is in form of remembrance. So I believe remembrance and protest is kind of the same way in this context, because we are marching peacefully for remembrance and fighting the injustices that happened. So it's one of the same thing. And when we see them blocking...
So we're protesting the killings that happened in 2024 and 2025.
Yes, and also the injustices and the things that they were fighting for. They were fighting for better lives, the finance bill that was going to oppress ordinary Kenyan. So I would say it's one of the same thing.
Because the issue is, and if we go back to 2024 and we talk about the finance bill back then,
yes.
In fact, the rallying call was reject finance bill 2023.
Yes.
But we already passed that. Finance bill 2026 has not attracted that much protest.
Yeah.
So what justification would there be for anyone to talk about the finance bill today, finance bill 2026? Or is that part of the bone of contention? What is the agenda? And is it clear? I think the question I'm asking is about the clarity of the agenda today. Away from remembrance, is there any other thing, any other message you want to convey to the government?
Yes. But it all draws back to remembrance, from where the thing that is giving us this agitation to do these things today. So if we cannot do this thing in remembrance of the people who started it, the people who are trying to fight for a better Kenya, and we are just trying to call out for this government that is oppressing ordinary Kenyan, ordinary mwananchi, who is right there, can't afford basic things, can't afford basic meal, can't afford means of transport, because when you look at all these things, they're all aligned in the... What can I say?
It's all collective dissatisfaction.
Yes, it's a collective dissatisfaction.
Because back then, and Chacha, you saw on social media, there was even a list of grievances. 1, reject finance bill. 2, cost of living is too high. 3, opulence by politicians. You know, you had a clear agenda. This time, is it clear what people, apart from remembering the victims of that time, definitely there's dissatisfaction. But are Kenyans clear on why they may go out to the streets beyond remembering the victims?
For today, ni ukumbusho. Sio maandamano. Hata last time it was ukumbusho.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah. Last year when we were injured. So leo kukuja street, watu kama kukuja street ni kukuja kukumbuka. Lakini watu akina Rex Masai, akina Kevin, akina Ochieng. Lakini sasa watu wasichukulia advantage kukuja hizo vitu zingine mambo na mafuta, finance bill, hizo ziliisha. Na hii finance bill ilikuwa ya 2024 ilirekebika ikaisha. Maybe wangeongelea finance bill ya saa hii yenye iko. Ile ilipita. Na I think haikupitishwa. Maybe kama kuna vile walipitisha na ziada, hatukuelewa. Unajua serikali ni watu wengine wajanja sana. Kupitisha serikali nani bill kuna vile wanaweza ipitisha na way usijue wewe.
Yes.
Na sisi kuna watu wengine kwenda pale street wanatumika. Mimi labda niseme viongozi wa ule upande mwingine ndio wengi hutumia vijana kuja street kuumizwa. Na yeye amelala. Mimi ningependa siku ya leo kama wale viongozi wa opposition wanatupenda, if they love us, wangekuja leo wakuja na sisi kukuja kuprotest ama kukuja anniversary kuja kusherekea nini.
Kiongozi mmoja wa opposition Rigathi Gachagua aliambia watu wakae nyumbani.
Yeah.
Tusiende kwa streets because ana anticipate kutakuwa na vita.
Okay. Mimi kitu moja naweza sema. Unajua the moment umeenda pale kwa street, kama kuna huyo kona kiongozi mkubwa mtu kama Rigathi Gachagua, unajua hakuna siku unaweza pigwa risasi. Juu mtaenda mtakuwa umeenda, wanajua umekuja kwa amani. Mbona wewe, mimi ni mtoto, for example, mimi kwa mfano, mimi nitoke kama kijana kwenda pale anniversary. Najua polisi pia wao wanafikiria hawa wamekuja vita vile wamezoea. Juu mkienda pale ni kufukuza. Lakini kama wale viongozi wakuja hapa wakuja waseme sisi tuko kwa amani, tumekuja, hatujakuja maandamano ila tumekuja kusherehekea. Unajua kuna tofauti ya kusherehekea na maandamano. Mwende msherehekee wale waliokufa, mrudi nyumbani wapi? Kwa uzuri. Lakini sasa kuna hii shida moja. Kuna ule mtu hana haja na Kenya. Hawa Gen Z, kuna mtu mwingine akili yake iko tu sawa, mimi naweza enda pale vipi nifaidike. Ile duka ya mtu imefunguliwa, nene nichukue TV nene nikau, ama nipate simu nene nikauze, ama nichukue nguo ya mtu fulani nene nikauze. Naweza kwambia maandamano ya 2025 last year mimi nikikuwa hapo ilikuwa inaniuma. Mbona mtu akuje avunje duka ya mtu achukue kiatu, mtu amenunua viatu duka mzima ameweka duka mamilioni. Yule mtu pale ana familia anayetafutia pale. Na kishavunja ana mtoto, ukishamvunjia kuna mtoto ako naye shule, maybe university, college, whatever, anataka amlipie bill. Pia huyo mzazi mwenye umeenda kuvunjia duka, kijana wake ni rafiki yako. Kuna njia fulani anaweza kusaidia. Yesa wanaweza kuwa, maybe wanaweza kuwa kwa financially stable. Kuna wewe unaweza benefit kupitia yeye. So ukienda street hakuna haja uvunje kitu ya mtu. Unaona? Tunaenda pale kwa anniversary. Unajua watu hawaelewi maana anniversary na maandamano.
Okay. But could we blame the police hands for turning this into something confrontational? Simply by their actions now. That many people are expecting a peaceful march for remembrance, and they've already given the route they will follow, and they're saying they're going towards Parliament, and they get to Parliament, they lay flowers there. You've seen what the police have done to Parliament. You've seen what police have done along the major highways into the city. Could the police be blamed for trying to stifle Kenyans' rights to protest or to march or to assemble?
We shouldn't blame the police because you remember there have been some demonstration before, and even when the goons were trying to break into Parliament, because those were not the peaceful demonstrators, because you remember they were peaceful and then the goons got into them. You realize the police were reluctant. They didn't fight more. So they've shown some tolerance before, that they to give free picketing and demonstrating. But as the youths who went into demonstration misused those freedom. And therefore for now, we might not access the same freedom again.
because unless there is a proper plan.
Okay, explain to me. Are we saying that something expressly provided for by the Constitution, that the police can pose it for a while and say, now you will not enjoy this right until we are comfortable?
The same, I want you to have a broad thinking in this manner. What is the responsibility of a police who needs to protect somebody who is doing demonstration, and the same person demonstrating breaks into someone else's business and steals? Which one comes first? Who should be protected first?
Should you anticipate that happening, or you wait until it happens, then you intervene?
It's been there. This is the third time there is this protest. There was 2024, 2025. This is 2026. When we were having discussions here in the previous years, we used to say the police didn't have intelligence about that they could be goons and so on. Suppose they have intelligence today and have chosen to do it this way. Should you also judge them? At times I feel we as Kenyans, we don't get satisfied. When there is enough security like it is today, we want to have it like, could it be causing? We always want to think out negatively. But if you bring a positive thinking, I see a situation whereby the police are also trying to protect the negative that might come out of it. Because if by proper planning, the organizers of this commemoration are really giving us a proper plan, proper timetable and program that we are going to do the candle lighting. We'll have a small service to remember these people, and we are going to dress in a certain kind of dress, because can we print white t-shirts with this kind of images? Can we do caps so that we are identified from the goons? And this is where we will all assemble to do a service, and probably send a few of us to the parliament to go and lay the flowers. If they can send like 50 youths or 100 youths to go there, and then maybe the other team can confide somewhere for prayers or celebration of some few speeches, I think it could have had some kind of better clarity, other than whatever we saw in news. We saw activists going to the media and trying to show some kind of agitation and fight from them. Right now, it's still something that is not. It's not remembering. It seems like they are trying to fight off, to show off whatever they can do, as to my observation.
Yeah, your interpretation. Yeah. Just as what is your opinion about the kind of police action so far? Blocking roads, yet what we anticipate, and the CS had said that any peaceful person who's marching in remembrance should be protected. Is this a kind of protection you should have anticipated, that they close all roads and even the place that the march should have been heading to is now out of bounds?
No, I think kuna msemo kwa Kiswahili inasema ukishaumwa na nyoka ukiangalia kamba unatoroka mbio. This is what the government is doing. They know about the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs cannot just they are not new in this country. Gen Zs, we know Gen Zs from the previous occurrences of events. Even if there is a peaceful demonstration, there must be some people infiltrating the goodwill of the Gen Zs. Even today, if it is an anniversary, there are some people somewhere planning on how to infiltrate and cause mayhems, and then they blame on the young people who have good intention about this country. That's why the police is taking that part to make sure that it's not happening. In fact, they have said that any gathering today in Nairobi City is unlawful. That's why that means that it cannot happen today. Any gathering, you can be arrested anyhow in this city.
Yet we have the rights.
Yes, we have the rights.
Fred, just to
assemble.
To assemble peacefully.
That's
there is no single protest in this country that has come out successfully.
Yeah.
It has done every day to be chaos.
Whose failure is that? Whose failure is it that any peaceful protest is always infiltrated? Whose failure is it?
It is a democracy that we have in this country.
No, that goons can just show up without police intervention.
Everyone has goons. You know, we were discussing the other day. Every aspirant has goons from MCA to member of parliament. Everyone is
unchecked.
That is
unchecked.
You
mentioned earlier, Hans, that police have a lot of intelligence. So people have goons for hire.
Yeah.
And they go unchecked.
Yes.
And we blame peaceful demonstrators for that. Shouldn't we be blaming the police for failing to deter or to contain this issue about goonism?
And that's why this is one of the ways that it's trying to detain that kind of goonism. But then there's something I just wanted to add, just 2 points, is whether we blame the police or those who are planning to demonstrate. As we plan this remembrance, are we celebrating the achievements that we've gotten so far? I haven't had any press conference saying that in this budget that was read the other day, there is a budget for compensation. Secondly, now, out of this kind of fight by our fellow youths, now we have exposure on how the government handle their things going forward, on mothers' budget processing, in understanding the finance bill, and how our leaders have become sensitive on how they relate with a common mwananchi and more youth.
Okay.
You know, as we go and remember this, are we remembering by pointing out the number of people who died and their names and trying to demonstrate to discredit the government, or we are also doing it to celebrate the successes that we
and we'll come to the issue of compensation because it's a whole big discussion, but I'm still on the actions of police. That police have decided they've made the decision that no protest can be peaceful. By themselves, they've decided no protest, no assembly, no picketing can be peaceful. And they've decided now, because of that, they're going to suspend the right for Kenyans to exercise those rights by themselves. Are police allowed to do that? Who gives the police the authority to decide which right a Kenyan should enjoy and which right he should not enjoy when?
Amazing. That question. Police. Who gives them that authority? I don't know, because they are armed forces and their responsibility is purely to protect a civilian. When somebody like Hans talks about the police are doing something good and pointing it as if, I can say, is positioning himself in an analytical space so much that he's analyzing too bad. Because I've been into the protest. I was there last year and I also got shot 7 times. I survived, and that's 7 times I survived. And when I talk about protest, I've been there since 2024. I was there. I saw whatever happened. When he says that they were allowed to enter parliament, I was right there. I was with the medics because some people had fallen. We are the ones who picked those bodies from parliament, outside parliament, to ambulance, rushing them to Mbagathi. So, and actually the police moved back because there were so many bodies lying there. They couldn't do anything because now everyone is coming in the name of bringing people. So it is so bad saying that the police are doing a good thing. They are absolutely doing something that is not in their mandate. Yes. Their work is to protect the civilian. This is very bad to see a police, because we have been into the protest, they are shooting the civilians. Somebody who has just gone with a placard, somebody who has gone there with a flag, somebody who has gone there with a phone to stream everything that is happening for a better Kenya, for calling out this government. And then I don't see these police going for the goons, because I've been there. They actually accompany them. But the civilians, the ones who are protesting, they are afraid of those people. I don't know why. And my friend there put it well that kwa hiyo msemo wa Kiswahili ati mtu akiona nyoka, akimuona nyoka akiona kamba anakimbia. So they're afraid of maybe something like that, the revolution happening again. And police are doing absolutely something that is uncalled for, something which is not right. I believe they should be going for the goons. They should be going for the... So in 2024, actually, I had somebody who fainted in the midst of... in a place where they were surrounded by police. So for us, we couldn't get in, and then they couldn't get out. So I had to fight and get away of getting in there. So I had to go uko chini kabisa, uko BS. And the looting which was there, it was so shocking. I was so shocked and very terrified.
Out in the open?
Out in the open.
Without any police action?
Police were there. They were there. And actually, I was calling out and telling the police, mbona ufanyi kitu? Ananiambia mimi niko peke yangu. So I was so shocked. It's looting, and actually for me, I was very terrified. So I had to find a way, get in there. I actually told the police, I'm afraid of this side, and I have somebody who has fainted there, and I must go check them. So that's when they allowed me to enter there. I called the medics, and that's when we went to the Parliament Road.
Okay.
Yes.
But Chacha, the issue about police action, I know they're doing, even to prevent or to counter any of those things, because there's a lot of expectation right now everywhere that there will be goons today. Even the CS talks about goons. Everyone talked about goons, meaning the police know. This was not going to surprise anyone, that there will be goons on the streets, there will be people who will try looting. Yet the police look like they're insisting on interfering with the rightful protesters or those marching in remembrance than countering the goons. Aren't they now just causing a problem by themselves?
Okay, let me just ask you, before I continue that, one question. Utajuaje mwizi ni yule aliyevaa nguo chafu ama nguo safi?
Mwizi ni yule ana commit crime.
Okay. Mtu ana commit crime ni mwenye amevaa nguo.
If you're a thief, even if you're a thief and you've not been seen committing crime, the police has no right to do it.
Nakuuliza hiyo swali.
Discussion is right.
Tukija kwa mada. Tukuturudi ndani. Mwizi ni yule aliyevaa nguo chafu ama safi?
Hata wasafi pia anaweza kuwa mwizi.
Na mwizi hatari ni mwenye amevaa suti, ni msafi zaidi.
Ni ukweli, wanasiasa ni wezi.
Wacha mwanasiasa, nakwambia mwizi mbaya zaidi ni mwenye amevaa suti. Kuliko yule mwenye amevaa nguo chafu. Kwa sababu gani? Unajua mwizi wa nguo chafu atakuibia 100 aende akule.
Just hold on a bit, we get this update. This is along Kambu Road, and I think on one of the roadblocks by police, very close to where we are. This is at the AR Hospital, just before you get to the Muthaiga North Junction. And you can see that Matatu has been blocked by police from proceeding to town, and the commuters forced to disembark. Whether or not they'll be allowed to now proceed on foot further from here, we have to wait and see. But private motorists are being allowed to pass through, but no Matatu is allowed to go to town. There are police also conducting checks inside the vehicles to establish what kind of passengers are being transported. But I don't know why they're bothered with who is going away from the town. Yeah, that means that no Matatu is being allowed beyond that area to proceed towards the CBD. And very strong police machinery there, anti-riot gear. All right. So this is what is happening, even as we continue with this conversation. All right. Yes, Chacha, ulikuwa unasema kitu fulani.
Nimekuuliza
description ya mwizi msafi na mchafu.
Mchafu. Unajua mwizi mchafu ukipatana na yeye ni mwizi wa njaa. Labda nataka kuibia 100 aenda akakule kwa kibanda. Then the story imeisha hivi. Lakini mwizi wa suti atakuibia pesa uko nayo kwa mfuko ikiwa mingi na akutoe mpaka viatu. Akubakishe hauna chochote. Si ndio? Nadhani umenielewa hapo. CS akisema kuwa kuna watu watakuja kuprotectiwa, wamesema hawataki kuona any assembly wenye wako pamoja. Unaweza niambia huyu ni mbaya na huyu ni mzuri? Au watu wako town sasa, unajua mwenye ako protest, mwenye sasa ashaingia kwa anniversary hiyo ya kukumbuka waliokufa, na mwenye ako shughuli zake. Uta identify?
So meaning that any assembly at this point is illegal.
Hiyo assembly wakisema is illegal, wale wenye hawajakuja kuprotest wametoka kazi kama watatu wametoka kampuni ama wani. Is that assembly? Wamecrowd mahali, si ndio? Wanangoja gari itawafikisha kwao. Kuna mtu alikuwa kazi usiku na inafaa rudi kwake mahali anakaa. Naishi ni kweli. Wako watu watatu wanne. Utajuaje kama hao ni watu wako peacefully wanaenda kwao?
So if I get you right, police are right. All right, and I'll be asking that question to you in a few minutes. But let's get an update from Nakuru. Our reporter on the ground is Mike Chalo. Mike, good morning. We've just been looking at the situation in Nairobi. At least tell us the situation in Nakuru today. Is a kind of traffic or movement of people and vehicles free? Can it be described as normal traffic for a Thursday morning?
Good morning to you, Fred. Thank you so much. From Nakuru CBD, the situation is as you can see behind me. Nyuma yangu unaweza kuona magari. Only a few cars have made it to town. The situation is somehow dire despite the Matatu Owners Association indicating that the transport system will be normal. Only a few Matatus have made it to town. Behind me you can also see at least 95% of the shops in Nakuru town remain closed, despite also the Interior Ministry indicating that they will be patrolling the town. The police are also patrolling the town. We have also witnessed heavy police presence in Nakuru town and some parts of other places in Nakuru, and of course despite also the Interior Ministry indicating that the public transport will be fine. Is that, Fred, everything is normal in Nakuru, and with me I'm joined with some of the activists. They will be telling me maybe what is the plan today as the country marks 2 years anniversary after the Gen Z protest, the actually anti-finance bill protest in 2024. Pengine ukianza na jina lako tuambie mmepanga nini leo katika mji wa Nakuru?
Naam, asante. Kwa majina ni Steven Kihara, mkaazi na mtetezi wa haki za kibinadamu hapa jiji la Nakuru. Na siku ya leo ikiwa ni tarehe 25 mwezi wa 6 ama mwezi Juni mwaka wa 2026, ni siku ya ukumbusho, na ni baada ya miaka 2 tangia mwaka wa 2024 wakati ambapo tulikuwa na Gen Z demonstration ambayo ilikuwa countrywide, ambayo ilikuwa na mipango ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba mswada ule wa 2024-2025 maoni yao ama maoni ya Wakenya haikuwa inaambatana na maoni ya government, na ndiposa ya kwamba ukaona vijana waliweza kutokea wakati ule, na kile ambacho kilitokea wakati ule countrywide ilikuwa ni ya kwamba tuliweza kuona maafa mengi na watu wengi waliweza kujeruhiwa, wakati ambapo tunasema statistics zinasema ya kwamba around watu 130 na kitu waliweza kupoteza maisha yao, na zaidi ya 1000 ndo tunaita survivors up to date, and we are still seeing that even the government wamepiga hatua mbele ya kuweza kuhakikisha ya kwamba wale ambao waliweza kuadhirika wanaweza kupata ile fidia ama ndio tunaita compensation.
Pengine leo nyinyi kama wanaharakati mmepanga nini? Mtakuwa mnawakumbuka wenzenu kutoka wapi kuelekea wapi?
Naam, siku ya leo ni siku ya memorial procession ama ndio tunaita ile kutembea kwa amani, kuwakumbuka wale ambao walipoteza maisha yao. Na siku ya leo tumeweza kupata habari kutoka kwa wananchi wa hapa Nakuru ambao wameweza kupanga ya kwamba na wakatoa ilani na wakapeleka kwa bwana OCS ya kwamba leo kutakuwa na ambao wataweza kutembea katika mtaa huu wa Nakuru na wataweza kutembea kwa amani. Kwa hivyo kile ambacho tunaomba na tunawasihi kila mmoja ambaye ataweza kutokea leo katika jiji hili aweze kutilia maanani ile ibara ya 37 ambayo iko katika hiki kitabu cha Constitution of Kenya ama katiba yetu ya Kenya 37, ya kwamba unafaa kutokea ukiwa peacefully and unarmed bila kutumia ni kifaa chochote, lakini uweze kutumia mdomo yako kujieleza, na kama kuna ile petition tunaweza kuhakikisha ya kwamba imeweza kufikishwa kwa the nearest institution ama the responsible institution. Naam.
Thank you so much. Fred, that is one of the activists if I can only get to hear from you. Pengine leo mmepanga nini hasa mnapowakumbuka vijana ambao waliweza kupoteza maisha wakati wa maandamano ya kupinga mswada wa fedha?
Kwa majina naitwa Mwangi Mura wa Nyambugi. Mimi ni mwanachama wa Nakuru Human Rights Defenders Network. Na sisi tumekuja hapa kuiambia serikali ni lazima iwaachilie hawa vijana ambao waliweza kupoteza maisha yao mwaka wa June 2024 kwa sababu ni hali ya binadamu na ni hali ya kimaumbile binadamu anapopoteza mwenzake kumwomboleza. Hata msituni saizi ukienda, ndovu anapopoteza mwenzao utapata ya kwamba huwa wanakuja pale na kuguzaguza mifupa yake. Pia vile vile ukienda katika maji mengi pale ambapo kuna dolphin, mwenzao anapokufa utaona pale wakimwomboleza. Sasa tunauliza sembuse binadamu. Kwa hivyo tunaiomba serikali iweze kuwaruhusu hawa vijana na Wakenya ambao wanajitokeza leo kuomboleza wenzao. Na lile jambo ambalo tunataka kuiuliza serikali ni kwamba serikali inajivunia kwamba imemaliza ugaidi, na ndivyo hatusikii magaidi wakivamia miji yetu. Serikali inajivunia kwamba imemaliza uhalifu ama wezi wa mifugo pale maeneo ya Pokot. Ni kweli hatusikii tena wizi wa mifugo. Lakini swali, na serikali pia inajivunia kwamba imekuwa pale Haiti kugombana na magenge ya kihalifu. Ni kwa nini tukikuja hapa nyumbani inakuwa ni vigumu kuweza kukabiliana na hawa magenge? Je, ni nani katika serikali ana damu ya wahalifu? Ni nani katika serikali ana sura ya wahalifu? Kwa sababu kama tumeweza kuzima machafuko pale Haiti, kama tumeweza kuzima machafuko ya wezi wa mifugo pale Pokot, sembuse hawa magaidi ambao wanatembea hapa kila siku. Kwa hivyo serikali lazima iwaelezee Wakenya wazi ya kwamba je, imeshindwa kutawala, inasaidiwa na magenge ama hawa goons? Hilo ndilo swali ambalo serikali lazima iendelee. Kwa hivyo ni jambo la kimsingi, ni haki ya Wakenya kuomboleza wenzao, na ni haki ya serikali kwa sababu ilikula kiapo kuwalinda Wakenya katika hali yoyote ile. Kwa hivyo leo hatutarajii vurugu yoyote.
Asante. Those are some of the activists here in Nakuru town who are organizing the peaceful commemoration of the 2 years anti-finance bill protest, and of course remembering the fallen Gen Z soldiers in the 2024 anti-finance bill protest, and the one also who lost their lives in the first anniversary in 2025. And according to the National Commission on Human Rights is that in 2024 anti-finance bill protest here in Nakuru town, at least 3 people lost their lives, and in 2025 1 person lost alive in Molo. That was a student, to be specific, who was allegedly walking home after the half term. That is what is up here in Nakuru. We of course assessing the situation in various parts of the town. Remember, heavy police presence is still deployed in town. Majority of the shops remain closed, with only few public transport system in town. Fred, at the moment I give it back to you as we assess the situation from other parts of the town here in Nakuru.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mike Chalo, our reporter in Nakuru, for that update. And we'll be getting more updates from elsewhere in the country. You can see live pictures from Nyamira as well. Very little traffic reported there as well. Not much happening in various parts of the country, and our crews are on standby to bring us up to speed with what's happening in various places. In Nakuru, not much traffic, just like in Nairobi, especially matatu traffic, people going towards the city centers and the central business districts to try and get back to work, open offices and open businesses as well. And you can see more police being deployed in different parts. This is very close to Kenyatta Avenue in Nakuru, and you can see more police presence there. Very few people doing what they usually do on a daily basis. Most of the shops, according to Mike, says up to 95% of the shops remain closed today. More or less what we've witnessed in Nairobi, and also from those live pictures there that we are getting. The situation we're informed in Mombasa, Eldoret and elsewhere is more or less the same, but we'll be getting real reports from there, from our reporters as well. All right, let's now cross over to Nyamira to get an update from there. Alfayo is our reporter on the ground. Good morning, Alfayo, and what can you tell us from that end?
Thank you very much, friend Limoli. Right now, I'm here in Nyamira town. Early in the morning, I was in Kisii town, whereby I was checking the situation there. Different places where previously I've been seeing young men and demonstrators moving around. Today, if I give you a glimpse of the town, how the town is the places of junction, that is Nyamataro Junction. There are police officers, battalion of officers that were right there. If you go to the junction that is heading to Suneka, heading to Kisii town, the interchange, police officers are also there. In Capital Roundabout, hundreds of officers were there. If you see Makutano Junctions, officers were there. Mwembe, officers were there. In Daraja Moja, officers were there. That is how the situation was in Kisii town. But right now, as I am here in Nyamira town, as you can see from behind me, as if my camera person will be able to move, we are seeing that the stage is not as normal as it usually be. Most of the vehicles are not in the stage ready to carry passengers, and many passengers are still stranded. If we can move, pengine tukiweza kusonga mbele, tunaona kwamba maabiria wengi wameweza kutulia, wengine bado wapo wametulia. Biashara bado hazijafunguliwa kama kawaida katika mji huu wa Nyamira. Na kumbuka kwamba nikiweza kupatia kwamba jana usiku mwendo wa saa 4 usiku, ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa chama kile cha Jubilee ambaye anaitwa Vincent Kimosi, ambaye alikuwa ni mbunge wa zamani wenye bunge hili la Mugirango Magharibi, aliweza kukamatwa na kufikishwa katika kituo cha polisi cha Central cha Nyamira, ambapo aliweza kufikishwa pale. Mpaka sasa bado hajaachiliwa. Jamaa wake au wandani wake mwendo wa saa 3 watakuwa wanatoa ripoti hasa pale katika majengo ya golf katika mji wa Kisii. Kumbuka kwamba ni hali ya utulivu, japo hali ni utulivu, magari hayapo katika stage hii ya hapa Nyamira, na ukiangalia kwamba hali ya utulivu inaendelea kushuhudiwa tukizidi kusonga katika eneo hili, ukitazama kwamba magari hayapo katika steni ya magari, na watu ambao wanatarajia kusafiri kutoka mjini Nyamira kuelekea mji wa Kisii, wao pia wameweza kukoma. Lakini nikikumbusha kwamba Indimuli mwendo wa asubuhi wapo wale ambao walikuwa wamejaribu kufunga barabara hii ambayo tupo, na maafisa polisi wakaweza kuwafukuza, bali hawakuweza kutumia vitoa machozi. Walikuwa wameweka mawe, tairi, hawakuwa wamefika kuziwasha, lakini maafisa polisi waliweza kuwatoa. Vile vile jambo kama hilo lilikuwa limeweza kuonekana katika mji wa Kisii, katika saa yale maeneo sugu ambayo yamekuwa kijulikana kwamba maandamano huwa yanaanzia pale, lakini mzunguko wa Capital Roundabout umejaa maafisa wa polisi. Ukiangalia katika eneo la Daraja Moja ambapo lipo karibu na chuo anuai cha Kisii, maafisa polisi vile vile wameweza kujaa katika eneo hili. Na katika mzunguko ule mkuu, yani interchange ya Kisii Kisumu au Kisii Migori, vile vile maafisa polisi wameweza kujaa katika eneo lile. Ukiangazia pia vile vile ukiangalia katika eneo la ukiwa pale Mwembe, ambapo mara nyingi tumekuwa tukiona maandamano yakiwa yamechacha katika eneo lile. Wapo vijana ambao walikuwa wamejaribu kuwasha tairi asubuhi wa leo kufikia eneo lile, lakini hali tofauti pia vile vile ilikuwa imeshuhudiwa katika eneo hilo. Na ukiangalia pia vile vile eneo la Makutano, ambapo kama kawaida hali ilikuwa sawa kama na ile mjini Kisii. Duka nyingi zimesalia kuwa zimefungwa mwendo wa asubuhi, ambapo nilikuwa niko pale mwendo wa saa 1. Duka nyingi zilikuwa zimesalia zimefungwa, hakuna ambaye alikuwa amefungua duka. Na nikikuambia vile vile wafanyabiashara wengi ambao walikuwa na maduka yao hapo siku ya jana jioni kuanzia mwendo wa saa 8, wengi walikuwa wanaendelea kuongeza usalama katika maduka yao, kwa sababu maandamano yaliyopita wengi maduka yao yaliweza kuvunjwa yakapora. Mabenki mengi ambayo yalikuwa yako pale mjini Kisii ambayo yalikuwa na vioo waliweza kuongeza milango ya chuma ili kuhakikisha kwamba wao ulinzi umeweza kudumishwa. Licha ya serikali kuweza kusema kwamba maandamano haya yatakuwa ya amani, lakini wengi waliweza kuchukua tahadhari kabla ya kuweza kupata hatari kwa mara nyingine au kupata hasara kwa mara nyingine. Kwa hivyo hali ndio kama hii katika mji huu wa Kisii. Ukitazama kwa kifupi, ni hayo tu. Hapa nilipo ni katika kaunti ya Nyamira kwa sasa. Ukiangalia magari yapo tu katika steni, wasafiri wapo. Kama mpiga picha wangu akituonesha pale, unaona kwamba wasafiri wapo, wametulia tu, lakini hakuna magari ambayo yanaondoka. Wengi wafanyabiashara wa uchukuzi wameweza kuegesha magari yao. Ndio hali ya saa katika mji wa Nyamira. Hali imetulia, biashara nyingi hazijafunguliwa kufikia sasa. Sio kawaida wakati kama huu, tunaona kwamba biashara nyingi huwa zimefunguliwa, na maafisa polisi bado wanaendelea kupiga kushika doria katika maeneo mbalimbali. Wanatembea na kuzunguka na magari ili kuhakikisha kwamba utulivu unaendelea kushuhudiwa hasa katika eneo hili ambalo tupo kwa sasa. Kwa hivyo ndio hali ambayo nazidi kwenda kuangalia. Pengine tukisonga karibu na mpiga picha wangu, tukiweza kuangalia, pengine mzee, unaweza tueleza wewe unaona hali ipo vipi kwa sasa hapa katika mji wa Nyamira? Je, unaona hali ya utulivu? Na siku ya leo unatarajia maandamano ambayo yapo vipi ukitazama pale?
Nikitazama leo hapa Nyamira County, maandamano hayajakuwa karibu, hayajaonekana. Tunaona amani, iko utulivu kiasi, lakini nafikiria kuanzia mchana kudwa ndio tutaanza kutazama mambo mengi zaidi kushinda saa hizi. Kwa majina ni Meshak, Nyamira.
Je, unahisi kwamba maandamano haya ya kuwakumbuka wale vijana ambao waliweza kuaga dunia yatakuwa vipi? Je, unatarajia kwamba kutakuwa na maandamano ya amani?
I think so, kutakuwa na maandamano ya amani. Kwa majina naitwa Calvin hapa Nyamira. Okay, kwanza naanza na kupongeza kwa sababu haya maandamano mimi na feel ya kuwe kwa sababu tunakumbuka the legendary Gen Zs ambao walituacha wakati wa June 25th last year, na leo ni anniversary. So ni vizuri tuwakumbuke kwa sababu they were not given a better send off, na ni vizuri tuwakumbuke kwa sababu pia walitupigania kwa sababu tulikuwa tunapigania nchi. Yeah, so maandamano hatujayaona vizuri, yalitarajiwa kwanza asubuhi lakini hayajaanza bado. Lakini maandamano yakianza tupo ndani.
Aje, unaona kwamba hali ya biashara kweli itaweza kufanyika? Kwa sababu unaona kwa sio kawaida. Mjini sasa hapa Nyamira naona maduka mengi yameweza kufungwa. Je, leo wafanyabiashara wataweza kufanya biashara zao?
Sidhani, kwa sababu leo ukifanya consideration ya movement, leo movement iko chini. Sijui watu wanahofia kuwa kutakuwa na maandamano. Si ukiweza kuangalia upande huu, si wote ambao wamefungua maduka zao. So movement iko chini, biashara iko chini. So tunajaribu tuone vile siku inaenda.
Na pengine wale ambao watakuwa wanapania kuweza kufanya vurugu hasa katika maandamano ambayo yanatarajiwa kuwa ya amani, wito wako kwao ni upi?
Kwanza maandamano haya ukiweza kuangalia hata kwenye gazeti wamesema ni maandamano ya amani. So kwa wale watataka kufiltrate, they will be taken according to the law, kwa sababu maandamano ni ya amani. So kama waharibifu wataingia kwenye maandamano, watashughulikiwa na sheria.
Naam, asante sana Ndimuli. Umeweza kusikia ndio baadhi tu ya kauli za wakazi katika kaunti hii, lakini kufikia tu sasa wapo wale ambao walikuwa wamejaribu kufanya maandamano, nikikukumbusha katika eneo lile la Shivling, hasa stage ya pili katika kaunti hii ya Nyamira, lakini maafisa wa polisi waliweza kuwakabili, kuondoa na kufungua barabara na ikawa sawa. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Nitakuwa nafuatilia taarifa hizi kwa kina ili kuhakikisha kwamba msikilizaji wetu, mtazamaji wetu vile vile unaweza kutaarifiwa na kujua, tuweze kufahamisha ni yapi ambayo yanaendelea katika maeneo haya. Na vile vile kumbuka, utakuwa unafuatilia tujue kwamba je, mwenyekiti wa chama cha Jubilee atakuwa anaachiliwa ambaye ni Vincent Kimosi kutoka kituo hiki cha polisi cha Nyamira hapa, na kutakuwa kunaenda vipi? Sina la ziada ila kurejesha usukani kwako studioni Indemoli.
Asante sana Alfayo Kombo, ripota wetu kutoka kule maeneo ya Kisii na Nyamira, giving us an update from Nyamira on what's happening there. More or less what we've seen elsewhere in Nakuru. Heavy police presence, not much, especially when it comes to public transport. Despite that assurance by some of the players in that sector that they will be out on the roads transporting passengers, but it looks like they've not been able to do so, at least not 100% or to a large extent. We now want to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be getting more updates from elsewhere, including allowing you to share with us your updates on the roads where you are. Are there police? Is there police presence? Are shops open? And we'll be giving you our WhatsApp number as well. You can share the details with us. You're watching TV47 Breakfast, our special coverage of the second anniversary of the June 25th, 2024 Gen Z protests.
Sundays at 8:30 p.m.
Good morning.
You have my rent?
Leo jioni kama tutakuwa tumelipa rent, nauza hii simu yako. Hamna pesa.
I need 3 G's to make my nails today.
Sasa hivi natuhusu aje?
Can I order now? Do you ship? Can I get blinking ones?
Mimi nilikuwa na trade. Nimewekelea kitele yangu. Kitele yangu na trade. Ikikunywa maji.
Oh my God. You left me. Nitumie ni live.
Uko nje kuna wifi.
Why? High five?
Wait, so what do we call this dish again?
I have no idea.
The
cucumbers are there specifically for my beauty routine.
Tangulini kero umeka kwa beauty product.
Na ameenda.
Tunafaa tukuwe na logo yetu. Like, si ni brand already.
We won't entertain divas.
No. I'm not dealing with a man child.
Amazing. Nishapenda hii energy.
Sundays at 8:30 p.m. on TV47. Saturday at 8:30 p.m.
Welcome back. You're still watching TV47 Breakfast on this June 25th day of 2026 as we mark the second anniversary of the June 25, 2024 date where a number of people were killed as they protested against the finance bill back then. We continue bringing you updates of events in and around the city of Nairobi and elsewhere. So far, we've taken a look at Nairobi, Nakuru, Nyamira. We'll be getting updates from elsewhere and the developments therein. So far, what we've seen is that most towns are operating at below 10% capacity in as far as transport is concerned. In as far as normal day operations, businesses remain shut, offices remain closed, including government offices, and a lot of police presence has been witnessed around major cities. And even as we continue getting updates from there, I'm still in studio with a panel made of young Kenyans. We have Mike Duncan, a human rights activist, Chacha Dismas Tahe, who's an activist as well, Justus Kimutai, an activist, and Hans Rop, who's a political analyst. And we now want to move from police action to the issue of reparations. And because we're talking about victims of police brutality, and because I was with you, Chacha, let me just bring this to you. Umesikia story ya compensation. Watu wengi wanasema by government coming out of the list ni kama kuadmit responsibility. But this is 2 years later, 65 people have died. Yet zile cases ziko kotini are only about 2. Do you think compensating people without seeking justice or getting the perpetrators punished is enough to make families and friends of those people who died at least watulize roho?
Najua kitu moja, hiyo fidia haimaanishi kuwa inaweza cover mtoto wako mwenye alikufa, lakini pia ni kukupunguza tu maybe machozi. Sema at least hata kama alienda itakupunguza tu machozi, lakini pesa haiwezi lipia maisha ya mtu. Ingekuwa pesa inalipia maisha ya mtu Fred, ingekuwa mtu hakufi. Ingekuwa analipia kifo inamsogezea mbele. Kama unajua unakufa next month, unaenda unalipa mtu wa kifo mwenye anataka kufanya ukufe. Usikufe hiyo. Na nashangaa dunia ingekuwa vibaya sana. Lakini mimi narudi kwa mada. Umesema police kupiga mtu na risasi. Mimi nilishutiwa 2 times on the chest na kwa tumbo. Mike Duncan tukikuwa Kenyatta, I was this bed, ako kwa hiyo bed.
Nyinyi wawili pamoja.
It was next to me. Lakini he was in a critical condition. Hata kama nilikuwa ile yangu, nilikuwa najiona yangu ni afadhali. Sijui kama ushakuwa mahali mmevaa kiatu moja. Zinawafinya wote, lakini unaona yake inamfinya zaidi. Inamuumiza zaidi. Mike station alikuwa, although sisi tulikuwa at least kidogo after tumetake first aid nini tumenani, Mike station ilikuwa mbaya sana. In fact mmoja wetu alikuwa anatoka hapo room mali tuko ndani hapo, tulikuwa like emergencies. Ulikuwa unataka kunaenda, tunakuombea unaenda kufanyia operation surgery, tunakuombea urudi vizuri. Tukisha kuona roho zetu zinatulia. Mimi naweza sema kwa room yetu hakuna mtu alikufa. We thank God we survived all. Turudi vizuri, tukakaa, tuko tu tunaendelea kuguza mainjari.
Are you aware kama mko kwa list ya compensation? Because it should include hata wale waliumizwa.
Ndugu, mimi nasema kitu moja hapa. Hii ni Kenya tuko. Na mimi ni Mkenya. Kenya ina mambo mengi sana. Kwa list mimi document nilijaza, everything nilijaza. But siko sure. Hao ndio wanajua maybe niko ama siko.
Kwa hivyo haujui kama utapata hiyo fidia?
Sijui.
Are you aware kama you're receiving any compensation?
I'm not aware.
No.
But you're certain you're among those injured and you proceeded and
kufanya
vile mlifaa kufanya?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. We'll continue talking about the compensation and whether it's enough reparation for those victims of the Gen Z protests. But for now, let's take an update from Rongai. Our reporter on the ground is Christine Musa. Christine, a very good morning, and Christine is joining us via phone link. Good morning. Bring us up to speed with the situation in Rongai. Are shops open? Are matatus operating? And to what capacity?
Thank you so much, Fred Indimuli. And I'm currently at Kitengela town, not Ongata. Yeah. So far, we have witnessed majority of shops are still closed. Since the business community has just taken caution because from the spot check, we are seeing the shops are closed at the moment, and we are also seeing a lot of heightened security in the town. We are seeing a lot of policemen deployed in various points, especially along the Nairobi-Namanga highway. We have quite a number of police officers along the highway and other spots. Remember, Kitengela in the last protest have witnessed a lot of protests, chaotic protests. It has been synonymous in the past protests, having very chaotic protests. And today we have seen, despite assurance by security agencies that today people should go on with their businesses as usual, this business community have taken caution and the shops are closed. We are looking at even bigger shops like supermarkets like Eastmart, Naivas, Power Star. They all remain closed so far, and ordinarily they open at around 7 or 6:30, but they still open. We have also checked at the Kitengela bus terminus. We have seen that there is minimum movement. People who are moving from the vehicles that are moving from Kitengela to Nairobi, there are quite few. We have seen majority of the vehicles have been parked. And when we spoke to the matatu operators, they are saying that they have seen just a few passengers who are willing to go to Nairobi, and that's why the vehicles remain parked and just a few people moving. We have also been able to check the Kitengela slaughterhouse, which is very significant when it comes to the business of Kitengela. It's because of the lucrative nyama choma business in Kitengela. We've spoken to the chairperson of the Kitengela slaughterhouse, one William Olekasio, who has said that as a precaution, they have scaled down the number of livestock that will be slaughtered today. They have scaled down the number of livestock slaughtered by 70%, and they will only be slaughtering at least 30% of the total number of animals that they slaughter on a normal day. And according to him, William Casio, it's just a precaution because most of the butchery owners and joint owners had requested not to take their meat orders. That is the situation when it comes to business so far. And we have also witnessed a lot of, somehow we're seeing a lot of tension because as of yesterday, one activist, Bob Njagi, was arrested by the DCI. That was confirmed by the Kajiado County Commander, Alex Shikondi, but they did not reveal much detail. He was arrested over alleged plans to. He was arrested over alleged plans that he was mobilizing some youth to protest today, but the information remains very scanty. We have also not been able to establish perhaps where he was taken, and we also heard from the county commander, Alex Shikondi, that as of last evening, there were other youth that were being persuaded over allegations that they are planning to cause chaos. And just to give you, just to remind you, our viewers, is that in the past 1 week, we have also witnessed a lot of peace sensitization caravans here in Kitengela. We have seen the business community organize themselves just to rally residents to maintain peace and order. We have also seen the Maa community leaders coming out just to urge the youth to stop the protest of looting, just to bring sanity to Kitengela, because they claim that owing to the past skirmishes that have been witnessed in this town, investors are keeping off. They're keeping off, and that's why they were rallying people to maintain peace and order, just calling for calm. And just calling for calm. That's what we have seen in the last 1 week. And we also understand that today the survivors and families of the victims who lost their lives in the 2024 Gen Z protest are having a memorial, and that memorial will strictly be conducted at the Kitengela Stadium, and they have been directed that there will be no assembling along the Nairobi-Namanga highway. And according to the organizers, they have said that they have complied, and they will be having that memorial at the Kitengela Stadium just for candle lighting and remembering the lives of those, and remembering those who lost their lives and those who were harmed during the 2024 Gen Z protest. And from here, maybe we'll be joining them just to see what happens, and we'll also be joining the county commander, who is also around, just to give us a brief about their preparedness for today. And unless you have a question, maybe I'll just give you an update later.
Yes, I do have a question, Christine, and thank you for that update. But you mentioned that there's a huge police presence, and this is a major highway, the Nairobi-Namanga Road. Have you seen or cited any police roadblocks on this highway?
Come again?
Have you seen any police roadblocks erected along that road, the Nairobi-Namanga highway?
Oh yes. There are several roadblocks that are normally not there. We have one just at the entrance of the Kitengela police station, another one along the EPZ road. We have also seen at least 3 others along the town itself. And as of yesterday, the roadblocks were there. They were erected last evening, and this morning the roadblocks remain. But they are saying it is NTSA. We have police presence around, but it is NTSA that are having a crackdown. According to that is the NTSA are having a crackdown, but the police presence are there, just the 3 roadblocks. So we have around 5 unusual roadblocks along the town.
All right. Christine Musa, thank you so much for that update from Kitengela. I do apologize earlier. I indicated that she was in Rongai. She is in Kitengela, one of those areas that is considered a hotspot when it comes to protests. We'll be back for her to bring us up to speed with what's happening, especially with the memorial, and especially the one they've said will be happening at the Kitengela Stadium. Thank you so much, Christine Musa. We continue bringing you live pictures, and this time round, this is a section of Jogoo Road. Very close to that junction to Buruburu. I can see the railway station on the other side of the road. This is heading towards Manyanja. So heading away from the CBD. You can see the road heading towards town with very few vehicles on it. And very few matatus also. And the matatus on Jogoo Road just getting as far as City Stadium roundabout, where commuters are being forced to disembark and walk the rest of the journey to the CBD. The other side is in Mombasa. But in Mombasa, it looks like activity is not so bad, not so much affected. Zile tuk-tuk kama kawaida, quite a number of tuk-tuks. The traffic in Mombasa looks more or less normal. We should be getting an update from there as well in a short while. So in comparison, Nairobi is much more affected in as far as traffic and movement of people is concerned as compared to Mombasa. Nakuru also has been largely affected. Also places like Nyamira, where we got reports earlier from our reporters. We are anticipating a report from Naivasha as well. Willie Dennis Njiru is on standby, and we'll be bringing you live these reports immediately as soon as we get them. So sections of Jogoo Road, especially heading away from town, I think that's where police have told people, that's the direction you should face. If I told you are a motorist, face away from the city and move. Move as far away from the city as possible. Meanwhile, Mombasa, maisha bado ni BAMBA. I can't see any much difference there. This is how Mombasa looks like on a typical morning. People just walking slowly on the streets, as they always do. Wale watu hawana haraka. Maandamano wanasikia kwa TV na radio. Yeah. All right, and we'll continue beaming these pictures. These are live pictures from across the country. Here in Nairobi on Jogoo Road and a section of Mombasa within the CBD. Still in studio, we are discussing issues to do with compensation, because that's the latest discussion in as far as offering reparations to the victims that we are celebrating today. Justice, do you feel like this compensation as rolled out by the president is enough? Out of 65 deaths reported, actually almost 90 deaths reported, only 2 cases are still in court, meaning that perpetrators of these vile acts, who are mostly police officers, we may never get to see them convicted in a court of law. Is compensation enough? And what does it mean for police going forward? That if at all they shoot a person, they know they cannot be prosecuted, and that person will be compensated.
You know, I can say compensation cannot be the factor to use after you brutally shoot a person. You know, you cannot compensate life. You cannot compensate a family for losing a soul. It is very painful to lose a young soul. And then you come and say you want to compensate. We cannot go that direction. In fact, there should be no compensation at all. Because even after being said there should be compensation, we have not recorded any at this point. We have not recorded any person who has been compensated. You know, in protest, we have 2 categories of people, by the way, and I've come to realize that. There are people who have goodwill when they are going to protest, and there are people who know what they are doing during the protest. Because any protest in this country is politically engineered. There are some bigwigs of the people who have been in government or people who are politicians who infiltrate the protest. So there are victims who have been shot and they are not recognized countrywide. If you are shot and you are not in the limelight, maybe you are not captured by the media, it is you cannot receive that, you will be forgotten like that way. Yani, it's so easy for you to be forgotten. But when you are a person who was captured by the limelight and you gain international traction, you can easily be compensated, especially like the case of the Albert Ajuang. You know, the case went viral online, got traction, many people came in, activists came in. So the government had to come to that case and then try to solve and then say they will compensate the family, which I don't think it went successfully. So when you are being shot and you are just a person in the street, you will be forgotten. Nobody will follow you up. Like my friend here, he has testified that he was shot and he has not been compensated up to now. He doesn't know even the relevant authorities who is responsible for tracing the people who are in the protest. We have so many people who came to protest and they went home without being even recognized. Others are still nursing the injuries up to date. There are so many people. Many people got disabled. They have not been compensated. So I don't think compensation is the direction that you can go. Yes. And to add more, the police can take advantage of it because they know at the end of the day, nobody will follow up. And to finish by saying this, you know, we know the 2024 Mandamano. When we started, it was for goodwill. We were doing the protest. I went to each and every protest. But towards the end of the protest, I now came to know that there are some people behind that has come to infiltrate the protest. And you know what it came, you know, I don't fear to say, you know, it came to be, to divide this country into 2. We know the people who fight in this country, even today. We know the different political wings who fight. You know about Rigathi Gachagua. Do you know why Rigiji said we should not go to protest? It might be a reverse psychology, because you remember some few weeks ago, there are some people from the government who say that when the Rigiji say that I will go for 45 days without being seen in the social media or anywhere planning any political activities, the government came and say, we know your plans. We know that you are planning for the June 25th protest.
And we'll come back to talk about the politicians later.
Okay.
Because it is also a big deal.
Yeah.
Have politicians infiltrated this? Have they hijacked the agenda from the Gen Zs?
Yeah.
But back to this issue of compensation, Hans. What message are we giving to the police? That one, whatever you may do, even if you use excess force and police brutality on innocent victims, that chances are you will never get prosecuted. You'll never be held to account. And in any case, the government will come up and compensate them if they die. Do you think that's the best communication?
If that communication is given wrongly, that's how it's going to be absorbed. Because just because you notice in this journey, many people really suffered. And sitting next to this gentleman, I really feel even the emotions buying and so on, and I'm really sorry for such. Luckily, some of us didn't get. I think I attended one of the demonstrations, but not at the hike on 25th. And when you realize that people who are really honest, and they really suffered, and they need to be compensated, and then you have people who infiltrated to do the wrong thing, it breaks my heart down, and I know of many people. But it doesn't it makes police feel that they can go scot-free or they can do anything they want, because you realize there are also police who are injured. Not necessarily their police. We could see online that also were maybe they were hurted, thrown stones on, and people who lost property. So when you talk of this compensation, I want to ask you, you're compensating this person who was been shot. That is good, because you're a government. And you're a government who really need to mind about this youth who probably died, who got disabled, might have any effects further in his life in future. And then you also have another citizen who is yours as a government, who maybe his property went down. He cannot feed his family, he cannot take his children to school. So what are you doing about those people? You also probably your police officers, maybe they have medical covers and so on, but maybe they're disabled, they go disabled forever. What is it that we are going to do? I find that this compensation should have been discussed much better, or now it can help our people. Now we can make these homes feel healed, as much as you cannot bring life back and your body back to normality, to listen and to adopt the real demands that were there before. And that's why it comes in with disadvantages of what my brother Chacha had mentioned, that we are all human beings. God denied us to know whatever the other person is thinking. Therefore, you cannot identify who is coming to be a goon or steal or rob a business. Even police, despite the fact that it's intelligent and so on, they are limited to humanity. They are limited to knowledge of human. You cannot have a superpower feeling that this person is coming to be to rob. Somebody will run away with your phone. Nobody will have a super thinking that is going to happen. And that's why you find these kinds of blocking of roads, is because there's limited of knowledge on other things. You cannot have that super thinking and so on. And my last comment on that is that one thing I would want to request us as Kenyans is to be lovers of one another. From the police, the Protestants are your brothers, sisters, children. Those who are going to demonstrate, police are your parents, your brothers, siblings, and so on. We rather handle everything with dignity. And that's why I told you, one of the things that should have been brought up in this kind of commemoration is that we should have a proper plan, including even a dress code, so that at least we can identify those who are coming to remember this day in a peaceful manner from those who are goons, so that at least these people would have come up with a petition that this is we are going to do this on this day. These are the programs from this time to this time. We're going to have a memorial services here and here, and probably different time of cities. This is going to be our dress code. You get it? And by the time these are going to be a dress code, and please know your friend who you are next to, so that at least we care for our country as well. This because the businesses that are being brought down in this town, the businesses that are being brought down are for our people. They are for our kins. It might not be directly to you, but it can affect you in a way. And I know of one person, a youth, who had just opened a beauty shop in Nairobi here. And just before only less than 3 months, his beauty shop was brought down. That person had to go back to the village. So there are many things that we really see that we really lost. And therefore we want to say, I do not think that it gives police a freedom to just do whatever they want to do. And lastly, Fred, we need to hold to accountable an independent institution called judiciary. You know, as much as we want to blame the government, we notice that at times arrests happen, like you've said. There were 60 cases, and today there are just like 2 in court. Who do we blame? You get it? As much as the government has done their part, maybe through the police to DCI to arrest, there's a serious corruption in judiciary which we underrate. We don't discuss about it. We don't mention about it. Many people are given either symbol bails, and symbol bails. You realize also they are given, they are not taken serious. Their cases are not taken serious. You remember even the case we had in Nakuru over the weekend. That member of parliament who had issues with the goons and so on with the governor. The member of parliament was arrested that he was behind with the 12 people and was given a bond of 50,000, a surety and 100,000. You know, there are things even if it's yet to be proved, let it be serious. It means even me today I can organize goons. What is 100,000? Just I feel there's a laxity in judiciary. We need to partner with the police and DCI.
Mike, as someone who was actually injured in the protest, you said you were shot how many times? 7? 7 times. Definitely, because those are part of the people who are injured. And you should be eligible for compensation according to the parameters set out. What does this compensation mean to you when you know for sure that the police officer or police officers who shot you will never be taken to court?
So, first of all, it will be so bad for me not to recommend that thought. It's good, but it brings about questions. What parameters, which ways are they using to maybe disburse this money? How are they looking at somebody and saying, you deserve 3 million because maybe your person died, you're bereaved, you injured, you get 1 million, and so on and so forth. What criteria are they using? In terms of the police, when you look at it, we have seen police in broad daylight saying, nitakuwa na kuna maluta nipeleka. We have seen it in several occasions, and police know they just get away with everything that we have seen. You've said 60 cases were recorded, but only 2 are in court. But when we check at the recent issue about Rex Masai, the guy was shot. The matter was in court. We saw the cop that shot. I'm not saying he shot him, but that's what is he's the main suspect. And in the first instance, the first hearing, he rejected that was him. We could see him, even the analytical things that they were so detailed, his dots, his clothes, his type of face. So he refused everything. Recently, IPOA says there was no evidence to sustain that this was the guy. So why are we going to court in the first place if we know it will end up this way? So the question comes to how independent is institutions like IPOA? How are they willing to go on? Because we are looking up to them for these issues to oversight the police. But if that's the response that we are going to get, then it becomes a question to that.
All right. It's the same problem for you, Chacha.
Yes.
That do you feel that even if you receive compensation, would you still follow up? Kuna kitu ngine unaweza taka beyond compensation, or will the compensation be enough for you if you get it?
Hata kabla kupata compensation, kitu moja nimekwambia, we are not sure tuko kwa list. First of all.
Okay, nasema maybe uko kwa list. Pengine bado kwa list na
tutafika hapo.
Na upewe ulipwe fidia.
Okay, tutafika hapo. Yeah. Kwa sababu naongelea hivyo, najua Kenya tuko. Umesema kuna 60 cases zilikodiwa, over 60.
Over 60 cases were.
Lakini zilifika kotini ni ngapi? Mbili. So walisema tuko over 1000. Is it right? Na si over 1000. There's some people wakupeleka document. Waliachana nayo wakasema potelea mbali.
Actually they said about 2000.
Yeah.
Compensated.
Even my room. Marafiki wetu wengi tuliwaambia wapeleke na hawakupeleka. Waliachana nazo. Lakini sasa hiyo pesa je itatufikia? Wacha hiyo kutulipa, hata wakitupia hata kama ni milioni 1. Unaweza taka milioni 3. Kama milioni 1 haitakufikia, 3 kwa sure itakufikia. Nadhani nimejibu swali yako.
Nilikuwa nauliza beyond the compensation. Tuseme ujipate kwa list.
Yeah.
Na ulipwe hata hiyo pesa. Itatosha? Ama kuna kitu kingine ungependa ndo feel probably justice imekuwa served? Compensation, ulipwe pesa, is that enough?
Why? Not enough. Kwa sababu kuna askari alikupiga risasi na ulimuona na sura. Na bado wako. Sita tuwajui. Mimi nasema openly bado wako.
You know the person who shot you?
Sura nikimwona nitamjua. But siwezi mjua jina. Na ndio nitangulia kukwambia ile msemo kuwa mwizi huwezi jua mwizi mwenye amevaa suti na mwizi mchafu ni mgani mwizi, ama mwizi wa suti na mwizi mchafu ni kuiba na hata kuibia vibaya. So nimetangulia kuambia watu waliopigwa risasi wote sio eti walikuwa wameenda maandamano. Is that clear? Kuna mtu alikuwa anapita shughuli zake akapigwa. Huyo anafaa kuwa compensated ama hafai kuwa compensated?
Anafaa. Inafaa
kuwa compensated. Juu hako kwa hiyo maandamano. Alikuwa shughuli zake. Like mimi kupigwa, mimi niliinua mikono juu. Niliwaona, si kwa anything. Mimi kitu nilikuwa nimehold in Kenyan flag only. Mtu akiwa na Kenyan flag na inua mikono juu, to means what? It's peacefully. Askari ametrainiwa. Once a person ameinua mikono juu, haufai kumpiga risasi. So mimi tulishutiwa, tulikuwa hapo kilikuwa tumeinua mikono. Sisi tunataka tupite kwa usalama tuende. Hatuna shida na nyinyi. Hatukuwa hata na mawe, anything can harm the police. Hatukuwa nayo. Lakini after kuinua mikono juu ulishutiwa. Bado Kenya kuna sheria. Na askari kutrainiwa lazima anaambiwa mtu akishainua mikono juu. Hata end person akiwa na Kenyan flag. I mean ako peaceful.
You're right.
Hey, na walikuwa wengi, hakuna vile mtu anaweza kuja ushainua mikono juu akushoot. Ameenda shule gani? Ameenda kiganjo gani?
When you watched this police officer shooting you, you must have come face to face. Muliona na macho kwa macho? Ama alikuwa na shoot alafu stray bullet ikakuwa?
Okay, that guy sisi tulikuwa tumepita vizuri. Yaani tulikuwa tunapita tu vizuri. Lakini kile after kupita tumepita tunaenda kando hivi. Jamaa alirudi nyuma. There was like walikuwa kama polisi 5-6. Naweza kuambia kitu moja Fred. Kuna polisi wengine ni wazuri sana. Polisi anakuambia pita. Lakini kuna mmoja I don't understand, maybe ni kiherera anarudi nyuma anashuti watu hapo.
Walikuwa pamoja group moja alafu yakarudi nyuma ndio akupiga risasi. Na ukamuona
akipiga. Asi mmoja alipiga. Watu tulichukuliwa hapo walikuwa watu wengi.
Unadhani ni training hawajapitia ama ni roho wanazo chafu ama ni nini?
Mimi kusema najua maybe tuseme ni roho chafu. Kwa sababu kuna ule polisi alikuwa hapo. Unakumbuka hii kesi ya Boniface? Mwenye kupiga Boniface alikatazwa na yule mwingine. Sijui kama uliona.
Niliona.
Sina kwambia mimi personally nilikuwa kando. Wacha hiyo unakuja kuona kwa TV ama kwa nini ukiangalia ati wakiona CCTV nini footage. Sisi tulikuwa hapo kando. Na nimekwambia Boniface tulimchukua na mikono yetu hivi tukimpeleka. Unaona hapo archives kuna I think maybe nika like Nasema nika hospitali kako hapo.
Clinic.
Yeah, good. Ako clinic ako hapo archives. Hapo kwa Safaricom mbele kidogo kasi mali wanauza simu za Safaricom hapo mbele. Tulimchukua nataka ingizwe hapo. Lakini kutoka huko chini kabla mimi nishutiwe. Kutoka huko chini zikuja Land Cruiser kama 5. Na wanatoka chini na speed. Na ni wale wa kumimina utasimama.
Askari kama huyo mwenye ana tabia kama hiyo ulimuona, mwenye alirudi nyuma akapiga risasi. Unadhani hata tukiendelea mbele that he will change? Kama leo if at all he comes into contact with a similar case, do you think that he will change?
Bro, kama una roho ya unyama. Hakuna vile unaweza change. Maybe kuchange urudie tu Mungu useme mimi hata hii kazi ya askari nimeweka mikono chini, wacha niende kwa Mungu. Nikuwa hata pastor nihubirie watu. Nitoe testimony. Nilishuti vijana wa Gen Z katika maandamano ya mwaka 2025 2024.
Yes, the fact of the matter is that in 2024 over 60 people were shot dead, and this is IPOA data, and all this is blamed on police bullets. But from that instance, only one or two cases went to court. Last year, in 2025, about 27 cases were reported of deaths, including for Boniface Minor, and I think that perpetrator, that suspect was taken to court.
Yeah.
So that's one of the cases in court. But the others, no case is actually in court. There are 26 others. So the question is compensation enough without proper justice, without seeing the perpetrators of such police brutality being taken to court? That's the question. Moving on, even as we continue monitoring the streets of Nairobi, and we'll be getting an update from there. These are live pictures. I think this is Moi Avenue towards the archives and Ambassador area. Nothing much has changed from when we were watching this road before, just the same few matatus ferrying people out of town, not into the city, because those bringing people into the city have all been diverted back, and commuters or passengers who are there forced to disembark kilometers away from town and to continue their journey on foot. But quite a number of matatus are still there, ferrying people out of the CBD, and heavy police presence still reported. So quite a number of vehicles staged at the National Archives there. For now, let's go to Mombasa. Our reporter is Quinto Wafula. Good morning, Quinto. We've seen pictures from Mombasa. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Is that the case? Is there any difference with normal businesses in Mombasa?
Okay, it is a good morning. Fred Ndemoli. I'm coming to you live from Mombasa CBD. And just as you have seen, the pictures have already painted the situation at Mombasa CBD. Shughuli zinaendelea kwa ukawaida, jinsi ambavyo umeona magari ya uchukuzi yanaendelea. Watu wamejitokeza licha kwa kunayo baadhi ya maduka ambayo hayajafunguliwa, ila magari bado zinaendelea na shughuli ya uchukuzi hapa katikati ya mji wa kale hapa kisiwani Mombasa. Kwa hiyo kumekuwa na wasiwasi asubuhi, baadhi ya wakazi ama baadhi ya watu wakiwa wanakosa imani kwamba mambo yatakuwa sawa, na kuna wale ambao hadi hawajaingia kazini ama hawajaingia mjini, lakini taswira katikati ya jiji la Mombasa ni kama ilivyo, mambo yanaendelea kwa ukawaida. Kumbuka hapo jana jioni baadhi ya wanafunzi ama vijana wa eneo hili wakatoa taarifa wakisema kwamba hawana haja ya kushiriki katika maandamano, wakidai kwamba licha madai kwamba maandamano haya kutajwa kwamba yatakuwa ya amani, wakawa wanahisi kwamba huenda vurugu ikashuhudiwa, na kila wakati vurugu inaposhuhudiwa unapata kwamba mikasa mbalimbali hutokea, maafa na uharibifu. Ikumbuke kwamba kaunti hii ya Mombasa haijashuhudia maandamano machafuko makubwa sana. Maandamano ambayo yalikuwa ya amani mwaka uliopita, siku kama ya leo yalikuwa maandamano ya amani, ambapo waandamanaji walikutana pale katika kanisa la ACK pale hapa kisiwani Mombasa, wakaelekea Mapembeni, wakaelekea Sabasaba, wakazunguka tukisha wakamalizia katika afisi ya kamishna wa kaunti hii ama makao makuu ya kamishna wa kaunti hii ya Mombasa, na ilikuwa shughuli ya amani kabisa. Kwa Kwa hiyo siku ya leo wanaoandaa maandamano ya amani ya siku ya leo wamesema kwamba mida za saa 3 wataanza msafara vivyo hivyo ambapo nimetaja. Watakutana pale katika kanisa la ACK hapa kisiwani Mombasa, kisha waelekea Mapembeni, na pale Mapembeni inatarajiwa kwamba wataasha mishumaa ili kuweza kuwakumbuka wenzao ambao waliaga katika maandamano. Ikumbuke mwaka 2024 tarehe 25 vile vile maafa yaliripotiwa ama vifo viliripotiwa hapa, manake kunao vijana ama baadhi ya vijana ambao waliweza kupigwa risasi na kuangamizwa ama kuaga katika maandamano ya mwaka 2024. Kwa hiyo wanaoandaa maandamano ya siku ya leo wanasema lazima waomboleze hao na wengine ambao hadi siku hii ya leo hawajapatikana, wale ambao waliumizwa na wale ambao waliathirika kwa njia moja ama nyingine katika maandamano ya mwaka huo wa 2024. Kwa hiyo bwana Indimuli, hivyo ndivyo hali ilivyo. Bado tupo hapa na bado tumekita kambi hapa kuweza kujua ni lipi ambalo litatokea ili tuweze kumtaarifu mtazamaji wetu pindi tu zinapochipuka.
Asante sana ripota wetu Quinto Wafula kule Mombasa kwa ripoti hiyo. Mombasa ni kana kwamba masuala ya maandamano si mengi. The CBD, the town in Mombasa, especially Old Town, everything is back to normal. Just seen a spotted one traffic police officer, meaning even police presence is not as prominent as we've seen even in places like Nyamira. So Mombasa ni kama wamesema hao masuala ya maandamano hawajui, but organizers of protests, there are some people who indicated that they will take part in the memorial procession from one area to another. We're still getting more pictures on screen. On one side, we do have the CBD along Haile Selassie Avenue. The other side, the right-hand side of your screen, we're showing you pictures, live pictures from Githurai, where normal businesses are still not open. You can see quite a number of boda riders and people standing alongside the roads, probably hoping that they may be able to move. High police presence still being witnessed in that area, meaning that at some section there are areas where you cannot go beyond, even for those on foot. You can see there's a road here which has zero traffic, but quite a number of people standing there, maybe still hoping to travel to different parts of the city, and even more police officers being brought to take charge of that area that is considered probably a hot point of skirmishes. Yes, quite a number of people just witnessing what's happening. I think this kind of police presence has drawn out curious onlookers just to come out and look. It's a very interesting phenomenon only in Kenya, where whenever police come out, people just come out to look and to look at them and stare at them. I don't understand it, because ideally they're being told, fine, you cannot move to any part of the CBD or towards the city. Just go back home and watch TV 47. Will bring you all the updates. But there are those who still believe they have to go to the streets and just stare at the police officers, probably hoping for some drama later on. So this is the situation. Githurai 45, police there donned anti-riot gear. And you can see that where they're standing, there's some black soot, meaning that probably the residents had already lit bonfires using motor vehicle tires. It's something that's usually happens whenever there's such instances. Back in the city, boda riders are the only ones who look like they could be enjoying some level of business. Downtown Nairobi, most shops remain closed, but I can see one entertainment joint at least open, a few restaurants open here and there. But most people who are selling wares have closed their shop for fear of looting. There are reports that goons could make their way to the city, and if they do, then those who sell wares, especially hardware and other wares in the CBD, especially downtown Nairobi, they usually fall victims very fast. More police officers being delivered or deployed to Githurai, meaning that the police must have identified this area as a trouble spot. This is the second lorry in less than a minute that I'm seeing just ferrying police officers to that area. And now another police lorry within the CBD already. So more police vehicles on our roads this morning in comparison to matatus. But Kenyans, in typical fashion, are out there just looking at the police in amazement and watching this like they're watching a movie. This is part of Haile Selassie Avenue as you go down towards Marikiti area and that Landis Road roundabout. Heavy police presence there, and they look like their mission there is to stop people from going into uptown Nairobi. Quite a number of people around that area of Marikiti, meaning that business around Marikiti may still be on. I do not know to what extent. Quite a number of people, borders, Kokoteni, those who deal with Kokotenis, still able. And I can see a few umbrellas outside the main Marikiti, meaning that even those who are hawking some of these wares and groceries out there are continuing their business as usual. Lazima pesa ya leo ipatikane. Whether this will continue throughout the day, will this be disrupted later on? We'll have to wait and see. But this is where I think many people are concentrated right now. Immediately after you turn from Landis Road and get into Haile Selassie Avenue, a lot of pedestrian traffic there. Above that, you're seeing some school learners. I can see people in school uniform. I don't know where they're going to right now because most schools are out for their midterm break. Yet I can see quite a number of, oh, that's in Mombasa. Mombasa, it means that everything is normal. Yeah, even school-going children. And traffic police officers are the only ones manning the roads. No anti-riot police. It's just normal traffic officers, meaning that Mombasa, everything is normal this morning. We'll be getting more updates from elsewhere, but for now, let's come back to the panelists in studio. Even as we continue talking about police officers, I want us now to talk about the politicians. And politicians are very good at taking advantage of any such opportunity. And just as you had started talking about the politicians and their intentions, or what you think their intentions would be with this thing. Take it out from where you are. You were talking about the former deputy president and what he said yesterday, asking people to stay home. Yeah. But it would appear you did not trust his genuineness?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, during the 25th protest, we saw after the infiltration of the parliament by the Gen Zs, the way they do things in the parliament. After that, there was a presser by Mr. President William Samoei Ruto, and there was another press statement from Rigathi Gachagua. Different locations. Rigathi Gachagua was with the side of the young people, saying that we should not shoot the young people, we should listen to the Kenyans. You know, Rigathi Gachagua at the side of the agencies, while the president said that that was a treasonous act. And you know, after that now, we saw the faces that were in the protest. There are some occurrences that occur. President William Ruto changed the cabinet. There were the cabinet secretaries that were reshuffled. Other cabinet secretaries were sent home. You know, there was this thing of broad-based government. You know, they brought other people to the government. That was, you can see somebody like, I can speak somebody like Fikiri Jacobs came in, and Fikiri Jacobs was not in the protest. The faces of the protest, other people were, that they did not benefit. And they were the people who were, I can say they were doing some hard jobs in the streets, defending the Kenyans, but they were not awarded anything after.
So the politicians are the ones who benefited from the protest?
The politicians are the ones who benefited mostly.
Wow. Indeed, it is true. After that, people got cabinet jobs.
Yeah.
People got even PSs.
PSs.
People who are not involved in the protest.
People are not involved in the protest before. And I came now to the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua. there's other occurrences. Even right now, we can see the fight between Rigathi Gachagua and the CS Murkomen, you know. So, and I can't trust the politician. I can't trust the politician,
Right.
especially from the opposition side. They can do anything for their benefit.
All right.
Because we are heading towards 2027 election, and you know there are some things they might do. You know, yeah.
And even as we continue with this discussion, I can see on Twitter something else is happening. Yesterday, the President William Ruto tweeted through his official Twitter handle his displeasure at one of the media houses, that's the Standard Media Group, and there was a lot of response from, including an editorial on today's issue of the Standard on the front page. I can see the President has tweeted further. So the back and forth continues, and I have his latest tweet on the same. He says, bro, and that's the President. I'm reading word for word. Bro, the billionaire you are, hiding behind debts, forcing many mouths, and paid labor slaving to defend your Standard headlines, extortion, gangsterism, driven by greed, is heartless to loyal workers, insult to journalism, and betrayal to free media that Standard once belonged. That's a tweet by President William Ruto on his official X handle. And I like the way he starts, bro. All right. Let's now get an update from one of our reporters here in the city, Stanley Nyaringita. Stanley, I made to understand you are along Kiambu Road. Bring us up to speed with what's happening. We are aware that there were a number of police roadblocks. How is the situation right now along Kiambu Road?
Thank you very much, Fred. And right now, the roadblocks are still ongoing. As you can see, this road, Fred, you've used it quite oftenly. It is quite a very busy road at this hour, still 8 a.m., but the roadblocks are still here. This is at AAR Hospital. And as you can see, CBD, just a few meters from. As they head into the CBD, they're definitely stopped, and you really have to say where you're going and tell the police officers what your intentions are. This applies for the vehicles as well as even for the motorbikes that we have seen so far. As you can see, the security is quite tight along this area. Now, wherever you're seeing, this is another route also to heading into Thika Road, going into all the way to Rosters, as well as Lamada. You get yourself into the Thika Road. Along that route, because I was there about 30 minutes ago, there is also traffic roadblock and police officers. As you can see right here, police officers just asking you where you're going for the vehicles. It is very, very calm on this particular road. We're going to be going to Kiambu town itself to see how the situation is. But as of now, Fred, nothing major happening. We'll be walking all the way in just to see get the of.
All right. Thank you so much, Stanley Nyaringita, reporter here along Kiambu Road, which is very close to where we are, but we do apologize for that lack of connection. But more or less, we didn't understand. We understood exactly what you meant. That's a junction between Kiambu Road and the Muthaiga North Road, where police are stationed on both sides of the road, ensuring that traffic towards the city centre is controlled. Not all vehicles are being allowed to move towards the city. We are told you that, and most of them are being diverted back to Kiambu Road or on the opposite direction to Thika Road. This is what the situation is on most major roads. We've seen that on Jogoo Road, we've seen it on Kiambu Road and even Thika Road as well. Back to the CBD, getting more pictures there. And very few people in the town. Very few people. This, I'm trying to establish exactly where this is. Aha, I get it. This is Temple Road next to bus station. And yes, usually very busy for matatus getting into and out of the bus station, which is on the left-hand side. Now this road goes round and reconnects with Ronald Ngala Street. And you can see most of zero traffic. Just look at Thika Road. That's an update from Thika Road right now. Heading towards the opposite side, away from town. No traffic at all, even heading towards the city. I think people have given up. The motorists who are still hoping that they would get into the city are slowly coming to terms with the fact that police are not going to allow any movement into the CBD, and they are giving up, probably moving back home or trying to get other routes towards their preferred destination. This is now Ronald Ngala Street going down towards downtown Nairobi, areas around Nyamakema and Kirinyaga Road, areas around OTC bus station. And yes, we do have pictures from Kapenguri as well. Well, I don't know how much Kapenguri has been affected. It's not a place I'm well familiar with. But movement is happening there, borders, vehicles transporting luggage and cargo. People appear to be walking freely. I've not seen any police presence so far. It would appear businesses are open, people selling their wares as well. So Kapenguria is all the way in West Pokot. Yeah. So businessmen and women going about their businesses in Kapenguria, meaning that area has not been affected by the anxiety or anticipation of any drama or chaos in that area. Yes. Back to the studio, and we were talking about issues around reparations and the involvement of politicians in this whatever it is that we call June 25th to be, whether it protests or remembrance. But Hans, yes, you are a politician, we understand. And politicians definitely have taken advantage of this, not just in Nairobi, but elsewhere. There's a lot of political innuendo in this. Yet, initially, politicians were also found to be rather, they were caught unawares when initially this happened by the Gen Zs. And the Gen Zs said they did not have a leader, they were tribeless, and they did not want any connection with the politicians. But it would appear 2 years later, politicians have found their way into this discussion.
I really don't think the politicians were not aware. There were smarter politicians who were playing the game.
And back in 2024?
Even in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because anything today that is going to get the limelight of discussion, there's always something by. It just doesn't pick from nowhere. And the politicians will not allow the young people to have their leader, because it removes them from the table of eating, or rather stealing from the government. And I want to speak my mind on this, on painful things that I would say today. I've indicated before here that in 2002, we had President Moi, we had Ruto, Uhuru, Mudavadi on one wing. We had Kibaki, Raila, Saitoti, Kalonzo, Charity Ngilu on the other wing. In 2007, they exchanged a bit. Ruto joined Raila on the other team, and Mudavadi. On the other hand, we had Kibaki, Uhuru, and the likes of Martha Karua. When we came in 2013, Ruto joined with Uhuru. Raila joined with Mudavadi. When we came in 2017, it remained the same. In 2022, we had Raila joining Uhuru, and we had Mudavadi joining Ruto. And I still tell my fellow youths this morning, as much as we want to choose which side to go, we need to ask ourselves, where are we? It is just the same faces today. As we go into 2027, you realize they're still almost the same faces. Rigathi Gachagua, who was with Ruto, is now going to the opposition to be the other team. The Railas now, although in his absentia is ODM, is now coming to be with Ruto. If Raila was alive today, he would be in 2 terms. And Rikija has gone on the other end of 1 term. So whereby it puts us, the youth, to be used always for the personal benefit of those at the top. And I was sharing with my friends recently that we hustle hard. We pay taxes to sustain the lifestyle of the bosses above. And I want to make a very sensitive comment, which is so dangerous. To say this, that there are institutions in Kenya today that will never receive good funding. And one of it is like KCC, because there is a senior politician in the country who I wouldn't want to mention, who runs up a milk processing business. They will never have a cheaper investor for gas, cooking gas in Kenya, because there's a powerful politician who runs a gas business. Mm-hmm. So they are here to protect their businesses. Yeah. You get it? I see today even the former chief justices, whereby they all of a sudden they have become holier than thou, and they're doing activism, and they are acting to pretend the Kenyans. And I read mischief from it. Mm-hmm. I know these gentlemen have become judges for over 20 years. Therefore, they had security, they had fuel, they had drivers, they had lifestyle, and they could sustain their lifestyle living maybe in posh areas and spending over 2 million in servicing their houses. You have a cadena, kitchen, those in the kitchen, food, you know. Some have laundries in the houses. Their clothes are high on. They have saloons and kinyosis. Sustaining that lifestyle makes people to enter into activism. And how do they get their funding? They get their funding through NGOs and so on. And that's what they are doing so that they sustain their lifestyle. Mm-hmm. That's a truth that we'll never want to discuss. And it tells me, where are we as youth? As a young person today, and I feel for my fellow youth, including these young men who are shot, where is their future? Mm-hmm. Because it means we are fighting. You know, you even realize there are people who do imports and are not taken serious on matters taxes, who are doing big businesses in Kenya. And every time they are threatened as by the government, they have serious investment that are sensitive to mwananchi, like even treasury bonds. And if they withdraw their treasury bonds, the circulation of cash goes down, this rise of dollar, it affects the same government that is trying to look for the same money. So you study that we do not have, as a young person and probably from a low life standards, we are likely not to have the best opportunities in it anywhere because of the political influence that we have. So if you tell me today the influence of politicians on these matters, I say it was there even at the inception. A youth was used to do a demonstration, because you realize when this youth went to demonstration, they said we have issues with taxes on sanitary pads and so on. When the president reduced, they say no, it's not about that. What you want is remove the whole finance bill. After removing the whole finance bill, they say we have to go to the State House, you must resign. Meaning, and they don't have an alternative for the president. So it means there is a force behind to remove the government that is there. They are not pursuing change. They are not pursuing a better leadership. And I feel that the politician will always affect us wrongly.
The fact of the matter is, yes, indeed, and I think one of my panelists said it right. Politicians definitely benefited, some of them very directly, after the Gen Z protests. But we're looking at the front pages today. Those who died, over 100 of them, were all young Kenyans. So what was the point? Anyway, let's take an update from our reporter, Apollo Kamau. Our reporter is a senior political reporter here at TV47. Apollo, good morning. I understand you are at Githurai 45. How is the situation there so far, including police presence? And are people from Githurai being allowed to go into town?
Good morning, Fred. Yes, we are at Githurai overpass, and it's not business as usual here in Githurai, as you can see behind me. Businesses have closed. people are stranded, especially commuters and passengers who are eager to travel to their places of work in town. They were unable to do so because of the various roadblocks which have been erected by police on the Thika superhighway, and not just on the highway itself, but also on the service lanes. Police are very keen. Even motorbikes are being scrutinized before being allowed to go through, as well as the vehicles. Here at Githurai, as you can see, police are on standby, and we've also been able to pick some KDF officers among the normal anti-riot police officers who are keeping watch on events here at Githurai. But so far it's calm. But one thing you can say at this point in time is that the agenda which the demonstrators had in mind on this day have so far succeeded as far as stalling the agenda of the day is concerned. Because if it's business you're talking about, if it's people going to their places of work, everything is at a standstill. People can't move. But here in Githurai, as we are used to during previous demonstrations, there are no chaos so far this morning. It's all calm, but people have been affected, and especially speaking to border people, they are saying they've been caught by surprise by the presence of police officers along the highway because of the promises that were made yesterday by Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen and also Matatu sector leaders, specifically the Matatu Owners Association President Albert Karakacha, saying Matatus will go about their normal businesses today. They will not withdraw their vehicles, but as you can see, they have grounded their vehicles and nothing is moving because, as you know, no one would like to risk putting their vehicle at risk, given the past experience we've seen with demonstrations. And therefore here at Githurai, Fred, this is the situation. And it's not just here at Githurai. If you move all the way to Osops, Muthaiga, and then going to our right here to Kahawa, there are various roadblocks, heavy police presence. A few moments ago, while we were still patched up here, they were moving in truckloads, keeping watch. And even as we speak, on my front side, there are also some police officers on the highway. And therefore, it's not business as usual. As you can see on the highway itself, very few vehicles moving along the highway. It looks like a deserted highway. There is no action. But as far as chaos or violence is concerned, it's all calm as police continue keeping watch here, Fred.
All right, thank you so much, Apollo Kamau, our reporter on the ground, coming to us live from Githurai 45, the overpass, where the situation has not really changed much. Still, many people, commuters and passengers stranded at that point, many of them not allowed to head towards the city center. Matatus still not available on the roads, and even border riders are not being allowed to carry passengers towards the city center. We'll be getting many more updates from there. Let's now move on to Naivasha. Naivasha also considered one of those trouble spots as well. Our reporter in Naivasha is Willie Dennis Njiru. Good morning, Willie Dennis. How is Naivasha this morning in as far as daily activity is concerned?
Here in Naivasha, so on low capacity, every business is up and about, but nonetheless, as we always say, Naivasha is a very unpredictable town, seemingly because you can just compare it to a blooming flower. At this point is that way, the next point is this way, because actually for now we can only say it is a stem without flowers, but subsequently we do not know what will turn out, but we are all optimistic that it is all going to be okay. This ordinarily is the main one of the main bus stage around this town, and we have vehicles flying to Nairobi, moving to Nairobi and from Nairobi and to other places like Thika, Nakuru, Narok, and so forth. And behind me is we are having business community that is already here taking charge of in the advent of any situation that may come. They said they are ready for eventualities on what may come. And as you can remember, days ago, we also had another demonstration here, and it was not so good and not so rosy. And I'm glad to be joined by a team led by these gentlemen who are going to be telling us exactly how ready they are. You are business enterprises. Could you mention your name, please? And then tell us, you are already in reflectors. What is amazed about your dressing? I'll hold the microphone for you.
Thank you so much. My name is Francis Mushiri. I'm the Vice Chairman, Business Community in Naivasha. First, I want to appreciate the young men who have organized this demonstration in Naivasha, because so far so good. And we are made to understand that all the young men are meeting at the YMCA in Naivasha. But at the same time, I would wish to appeal to all the business community in Naivasha to come out and open their businesses. Because as we talk, everything is peaceful, everything is moving on well. Despite the presence of heavy security officers, I think all other things are moving on well. I want to state that if this continues, it is going to negatively affect our businesses. We realize that every day counts. Every single business closed today, it will be a big loss to us. So we are appealing to the security officers to enhance security and to ensure that we are all safe. And apart from that, we are urging the business community, let us come out. Let us come and continue operating our businesses as usual so that we don't make any loss.
This is a bus terminus, and as of the situation as of now, it is as you can see.
Yes.
And businesses are called to resume work. And out of what they have experienced from their colleagues initially, yes, it is sad that nobody can take the risk of going on their daily routines.
I think as much as we are saying that the government has allowed free movement, we are made to understand that vehicles are not able to get into Nairobi because the roads are blocked somewhere near Kangemi or somewhere around that place. And I want to say that the government is part of the best that is happening today. Because if they allow free movement, I'm sure people will operate with their business freely.
Naivasha is a cosmopolitan area, and about 80 to 90% is business. I sell you this, you sell me that.
Yes.
If one shop does not open, who will trade with the other?
Unfortunately, we are expecting that negative impact, and this is as a result of the negative message that has been passed on since yesterday, that the business will not operate. But today, I can assure everyone, I can assure all the business community that we are here. There's no mess. Everything is moving on well, and I'm encouraging them to come and open their businesses. Yes.
All right. Before I wind up, let me have a taxi operator here. Tell me, naambua muda wangu umekwisha. Nieleze. Tumeelezwa turudi kazini na mwenzako. Nyinyi ni wa taxi. Mko hapa, kuna kazi, kunaenda?
Thank you. My name is Duncan Kamara, member of business community. We appreciate the security apparatus. We have heavy police armed within town. And we appreciate some of the matatu from Nairobi are coming to Naivasha to bring the visitors. As you all are aware, Naivasha is a cosmopolitan town, and we operate via the people come from different towns. So we are ready to work. We are peaceful. We thank our young team, Gen Z, our children. They are having their commemoration at YMCA. We stand with them to mourn their lost friends and our children. But we thank all Naivasha business. And we urge them to come out in numbers. Working freely in a freedom country is what we want.
Thank you. I'm told my time is up. And Freddie, I want to just show you. This is a road that you are well aware of. It is one of the main streets around here. And as you can see, it is just heavy police presence, and as you can see there, they are up and about to ensure that there is safety and security around town. That is just one of the many vehicles around here. We will be keeping an update on the latest development. As of now, I take it back to you, perhaps for more from other parts of the country. Fred.
Thank you so much, Willie Dennis Njiro, our reporter in Naivasha, for bringing us up to speed with the situation there. More or less the same like we've seen in Nakuru and other major towns. I think Mombasa and Kapenguria are the only places we've seen so far that are not affected negatively the way the other places. For now, let's get an update from Muranga. Robert Gakure is our reporter on the ground before we come back and take a report from the CBD. Robert, good morning. How is Muranga this morning in as far as their daily usual activities are concerned?
A very good morning to you, Fred in Dimbuli. And it's true that right now I'm live at Kenol town, and knowing that Kenol is the entrance to Mount Kenya region from Nairobi. Kenol is the entrance to Muranga County, Kirinyaga, Embu, and other counties in Mount Kenya. And this morning, businesses are going on in a normal way. And if you allow me to switch it to Swahili, ni kuwa katika mtaa wa Keno biashara zinaendelea, ingawa si wafanyabiashara wote ambao wameweza kufungua biashara zao, kwani wanahofia kuwa biashara zinaweza kuporwa. Tukikumbuka kuwa kwenye maandamano yaliyofanyika hapo awali, kaunti ya Muranga imekuwa mojawapo ya kaunti ambazo zimekuwa zikivamiwa na wahuni ambao wanapora biashara na vile vile mali. Lakini asubuhi ya leo ni kuwa biashara kidogo zimefunguliwa, matatu sio mingi ambazo zinaendelea na shughuli za kuwasafirisha abiria, na ningependa kuweza kuungana na mmoja wa wafanyabiashara hapa mtaani Keno ili aweze kutuarifu kuhusu maandamano ya siku ya leo. Kama nyinyi wafanyabiashara, pengine mnachukulia maandamano ya leo kwa njia gani? Tunajua kuwa hapo awali kumekuwa na uporaji wa mali, na nyinyi kama wafanyabiashara, siku ya leo mnaichukulia vipi?
Katika eneo la Keno, siku ya leo kazi zimefungwa sana juu ya maandamano, na hii maandamano imekuwa too much juu unaona watu wengi wasa beba uoga, wanasikia uoga kufungua kazi, lakini wachache washafungua wenye wanajua hizi biashara ndizo ukula, ndizo ukunywa, but hizi maandamano huwa zinaletea watu hasara mingi sana.
Pengine kwa maoni yako, tunajua vijana wanasema wanawasilisha malalamishi yao na vile vile kuwakumbuka vijana ambao walipoteza maisha yao wakati wa kupinga mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2024. Unaona kama maandamano haya yako halali, ama kuna wale wahuni ambao wanaingilia maandamano na wanakuja wakiwa na nia ya kupora biashara?
Kwa hii maandamano kuna wale wenye wamekuwa wamelipwa wanakuja kuharibu mali za watu, na hii maandamano kulingana na Gen Z. Gen Z wanataka amani, Gen Z wanataka chenye ni chao, chenye wababa wao walikuwa wanataka. Sasa hizi wanataka wawe na amani, wataki vurugu wengi wao, lakini serikali, kunawe wale wako serikalini wanataka kuwa ndio wanafaidika. Watoto wetu wakikufa ndio wao wanasaidika. Juu kama mtoto wa mtu amekufa, uambiwa ati mtoto anapewa milioni 2. Huyo mtu ataisaidika? Milioni 2 itarudisha mtoto? Haziwezi rudisha mtoto. So serikali inafaa kuangalia Gen Z ili wapate amani, wapate chenye wanahitaji, wapate wakuwe wazazi wao wako na amani. Juu hii serikali inatuleta madhara mingi sana.
Asante sana. Hizo ni hisia za mmoja wa wafanyabiashara hapa mtaani Keno, na pengine nikiweza kukufahamisha ni kuwa maafisa wa polisi wameweza kuweka vizuizi ama roadblock katika eneo la Blue Post ambalo ni eneo linalo ama ni mpaka wa kaunti ya Muranga na kaunti ya Kiambu, na wanahakikisha kuwa kila gari ambalo linapita hapo linakaguliwa, na vile vile hapo jana usiku maafisa wa polisi katika mtaa wa Murang'a. Walikuwa wameweka vizuizi kwenye kiingilio cha mtaa wa Murang'a, mahali panajulikana kama Mukuyu, ambapo walikuwa wanahakikisha kuwa magari yote ambayo yanaingia kwenye mtaa wa Murang'a yanakaguliwa. Na hii leo katika hapa mtaa wa Keno naona kuwa maafisa wa polisi vile vile wanazunguka wakipiga doria kuhakikisha kuwa usalama umeweza kuhakikishwa ama kulindwa, biashara zimelindwa, mali ya wafanyabiashara yamelindwa, na ni taarifa ambayo tunaendelea kufuatilia ili tuweze kukufahamisha hapo baadaye ambayo yataweza kujiri. Kwako Fred Ndimbuli kutoka kaunti ya Murang'a, jina langu ni Robert Gakure.
Asante sana ripota wetu Robert Gakure kutoka kule Murang'a kwa kutupa ripoti ya kutoka huko. Mambo si shwari vile, lakini si kama huko kwingine, because we've seen police on horseback in the CBD. We've seen increased police presence and police vans getting into town. Earlier on Thika Road, and we've shared those pictures. I think the first incident where police have had to use tear gas to disperse some crowds that were gathering on sections of that road. Traffic on that road has been halted. We've seen a bit of stone throwing between some youth and the police, meaning that sections of Thika Road may not be safe even for motorists and other pedestrians. So if you can avoid it, please do. We have also live pictures there from Nakuru, but let's now come back to the city. With that heightened police presence, a whole convoy of more than 20 police cars just on standby. Our reporter Samira Mohammed is on standby to give us that report. Samira, good morning. We've seen police on horseback and that long convoy of police officers and their vehicles in the city. What is happening in Nairobi CBD right now?
Here at Moi Avenue, where there is heavy police presence. As my camera person is trying to show you, here there are many police officers than people who are said to be protesters. Remember, all Kenyans, or rather most of the Kenyans, had prepared to come out and mark the second anniversary of the June 25th protests, where we lost 65 Kenyans. And as you can see, there is heavy police presence here at the Nairobi CBD. Remember, yesterday, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen urged Kenyans to report to work, even as the country prepared for the planned protests in several parts of the country. But the situation is not as what the Interior Cabinet Secretary promised to be. We've not seen Kenyans coming out and maybe going to work because the shops here in Nairobi CBD have been closed. Businesses have shut down. We've seen Kenyans were not able to go to work due to police roadblocks and barricades. We were able to move around CBD and even around Parliament, where there is heavy police presence. So Murkomen said yesterday that police will be ready to offer security to protesters, and that security will be heightened, and we're seeing that's what is happening here in Nairobi CBD. And Murkomen acknowledged that police are in receipt of a notification from citizens who wished to engage in a public demonstration, and he said that in respect to their constitutional rights of all Kenyans to peacefully assemble. So police are here, Fred. There's heavy police presence here in Nairobi CBD. The Interior Cabinet Secretary vowed that there will be security to protect Kenyans and businesses. He vowed that he'll ensure that there will be no looting, there will be no lives lost today. So we'll keep our eye here in Nairobi CBD to see if indeed whatever he said is going to happen, or we are going to see a repeat of what happened last year. What we are seeing, Fred, is not new in this country. We're witnessing a deja vu of what happened last year. Last year, the same things happened. The same script was given to us, that the government knows the facilitators, the financiers, and the planners of these protests. And that's what Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba said last evening, and we did not see any actions. He promised last evening that they are going to make arrests of those people planning to infiltrate the protest. We've not seen anyone being arrested as up to date. We hope whatever he said yesterday, that no lives will be lost, we hope that we're going to witness today. We're hoping that no businesses will be looted and no properties will be destroyed, and a repeat of what happened last year maybe should not be witnessed. We'll keep our eye here in Nairobi CBD and see whatever is going to happen and update you, Fred. Back to you in studio.
All right. Right. Thank you so much, Samira Mohammed, our reporter within the city center, which will be the focal point of this remembrance. Remember, most of these people who were killed died in Nairobi, and the procession in memory of those who lost their lives will be in Nairobi, other areas as well. But we do expect quite some action in Nairobi. Live pictures now from other places in Nakuru. I'm not so sure which area of Nakuru this is. But Nakuru nonetheless. Clean roads, not so many people on the streets, very few motorists on the roads as well. I think they're also a bit apprehensive about the police presence witnessed. Back in Nairobi, you can just see the amount of police vehicles provided today. Probably in accordance to the promise by CS Kipchumba Murkomen that police will be available to protect citizens and their property. So is that what they're doing today, or will they be there to stop any demonstrations or any procession from taking place? Let's now go to the other side of this city, and that's Mombasa Road. Our reporter there is Mike Agongo on Mombasa Road. Mike, good morning. What can you tell us about the movement, both of vehicles and pedestrians along Mombasa Road this morning? All right, live pictures from sections of Mombasa Road. And you can see police presence there, also diverting traffic towards the city center. Many are being diverted back to other areas, probably towards industrial area or back on Mombasa Road to wherever they came from. So this is that area next to Bunyala Road. Yeah, that Bunyala Road roundabout. People from South Bay use that in areas next to Nyayo Stadium. Initially, even the road at Langata Road had been shut down to traffic from what they used to call Aerodrome Road. It had been closed to traffic. Even traffic that proceeded further from that roundabout from Madaraka area all the way to Mombasa Road had also been affected. Some of these motorists have come all the way from Lolongo just to get close to town and then being turned back, including buses that have come from Mombasa. Imagine having traveled overnight from Mombasa only for your bus to be stopped at Mlolongo and you're told to disembark and find your way into the city. Ukiweza kubeba mizigo yako kwa mguu, that's what they're being asked to do. So various live updates from different areas and cities and towns across Kenya and the situation happening this morning. Let's come back to Nairobi, and our destination now is Mombasa Road. You've seen what's happening at the Bunyala Road roundabout. We want now to get an update from our reporter who's there, and that's Mike Kagwongo. Good morning once again, Mike. What can you tell us about what's happening where you are?
Thank you so much, Fred Indimuli. Indeed, we are coming to you live from Mombasa Road, and where we standing here, as you can see, this is the roundabout connecting Mombasa Road and Bunyala Road, right from the town, the city of Nairobi. And as you can see, the police have already barricaded this road to make sure that no motorists or they regulating all motorists entering the city or trying to find their access to the city. As you can see here, private vehicles, a section of them have been allowed to get access or to find themselves in the city, but as you can see, a section of them have been stopped here. As you can see, police officers and security officers making sure that not all motorists getting access to the city, to make sure that they are actually regulating the number of people going inside the city. Fred Indimuli, remember that today is not just a day to protest, but according to the Gen Z that we have talked to, and those that were planning to for this day, they are still mentioning that today is not about protest, but remembering those who lost their lives in the 2024 June 25th protest, just making sure that they remember them in a very special way, lighting candles and just walking along the Nairobi streets. But the police and security officers have mentioned that they will not condone with anyone that will be making their way to town to disrupt peace and cause mayhem across the city. But as you can see, we have been trying to access the city since morning, but very few vehicles, public service vehicles, were allowed in the city. A section of them were using long routes to make sure that they access the city, and they have actually used this opportunity to hike fares along these major roads, Mombasa Road and Waiyaki Way, along Thika Road, where residents pay about 100 shillings. Today, they've been paying about 200 shillings or 150 shillings to make sure that they earn double of what they always earn. But they have access, not many of them, but very few vehicles have been accessing the city and have just passed by the city, and very few people are in the city just to make sure that they go by their daily routine or normal routine. But I don't know whether they will be selling anything to anyone, because people, Kenyans are not in the city, just very few of them, and so many businesses have been closed in the city, just making sure that they are safe and they will not be losing their properties if by any chance goons or protesters may decide otherwise. So even supermarkets have been closed, so many businesses have been shut to make sure that they are safe. So as you can see, at my background is that police officers are making sure that a very few motorists are getting access to the city. We'll be making our way through the Mombasa Road and to Kitengela to find out what's happening along Mombasa Road, and perhaps if the youth will be remembering those who lost their lives along this region. Just to bring to you to attention, Fred Indimuli, is that as they remember those who died, I remember in June 2024, the first person who lost his life was Rex Masai. I think he was shot dead on June 20th or so, June 21st. Before they marched to Parliament on June 25th. Rex Kanyike Masai, who was 29 years old, was shot and killed in Nairobi on June 20th, yes, becoming the first major casualties, and that is what prompted Gen Zs to get out of these streets to protest and demanded justice for Rex Masai. And Kennedy Onyango was the youngest victim killed in Rongai on 21st of June 2024. So as they commemorate this, they are remembering those people who lost their lives in the line of duty to make sure that Kenyans get justice, and they were also making sure that Finance Bill of 2024 will not have been passed in Parliament as they were demanding. They also were demanding government to reduce opulence by a major section of leaders whom, you remember, even Kipchumba Murkomen, by then the Interior CS, he was spotted wearing a watch worth thousands of Kenyan shillings. So a lot of Kenyans demanded that government officials reduce opulence in this country. But when they went to the streets, a section of them were killed. You remember Abdi Kadir, who was 24 years, was shot during the initial protest and died in the hospital in July. He was buried, I remember, I think he died in hospital on July 16th, and he was buried on July 17th, Abdi Kadir. You remember also there was Evans Kirat, who died after being struck by a tear gas canister fired by police officers when they were protesting here in town. There was also Ibrahim Kamau, who was 19 years old, who also had finished, I think he had finished high school, and he was shot in the neck near Parliament during the Gen Z protest on June 24th or June 25th or thereabout. Eric Shieni, a university student who lost his life near Parliament on June 25th. And Fred Ndimuli, Eric Shieni, when he was shot, I was right there, standing right about 10 meters from where he was shot. We were covering this protest, myself and Sheila Chelangat, my colleague, whereby we witnessed all these Gen Zs who were shot at Parliament when they were shot, and their friends, fellow protesters, trying to carry them to hospital, to take them to hospital, trying to urge police officers to help them take them to hospital. But a section of police officers will not have done that because they were on the other side. They will not have helped the protesters probably to take a section of these protesters to the hospital. There was also David Ishege, who was the computer science graduate from JKUAT, who died near Parliament as well. There was also Basley Kamau, who was found at City Mortuary after going missing during the protest. There was also Denzel Omondi, who was found dead in Waterfield Quarry. You remember Denzel Omondi, who was found dead in a quarry. So all these Gen Zs, as they get out of these streets, they're making sure that they are remembering these fellow youths who died during the 2024 protest. But I don't know if they will make it to the city later on in the day. But police officers, a section of roads have been barricaded to make sure that no youth or no protesters are getting to the city. Back to you, Fred Ntimuli, as we make our way through Mombasa Road to Kitengela to find out where the Kitengela 3 were abducted from, and those who lost their lives in Kitengela, what happened, and how the Kitengela residents are taking these commemorations of 2024 protests. Back to your studio. My name is Mike Kagwongo.
Thank you so much, Mike Kagwongo, for that update from Mombasa Road, especially that Bunyala Road roundabout, from where final police roadblock into the CBD is blocking traffic from getting there. Meaning that anyone coming from the direction of Mombasa Road or even parts of Langata Road, this is where they're being diverted back to the direction of where they've been from. Very few being let through into the CBD. But we keep updating you on different areas. We have live pictures from Nakuru, live pictures from Naivasha, live pictures from areas like Mombasa as well, where more or less very little is happening in as far as the memorial, or you may call it remembrance, of victims of police brutality is concerned. So we'll be getting an update from these areas again. We're getting closer to 10 a.m. which is a time where organizers of the remembrance procession had indicated they would be converging at some point within the city and proceeding with their march towards Parliament, which has since been barricaded, but the plan still remains the same, that they'll be heading towards Parliament, where they will lay flowers in remembrance of the victims of police brutality. At this point, from the Bunyala roundabout, you can see not even riders on motorbikes are being allowed into the city center. Police this time round not just allowing anyone into the CBD, especially those on motorized transport, motorbikes as well as motor vehicles. I do not know if those on pedestrians on foot are being allowed past that point, because in the city there are some few people who are still able to access the area from the various sides of the city. I'm not certain which picture we're showing right now, but this, so this is Naivasha, areas around Naivasha where more or less very little traffic is being experienced this morning. Willie Dennis brought us up to speed with what is happening there. And we continue with a conversation here in studio for now. And I'd want to engage Mike Duncan on this issue of politicians, because it is what we are talking about. Over 100 young people were injured, many died. You were lucky to have survived. Yet 2 years later, you see that the beneficiaries are not the young people who are on the streets who are fighting for change. It is other people, mainly politicians, the same old names that you are complaining about, are the same ones who benefited. How does that make you feel?
Okay, personally, that makes me question, and how they are the same people who are doing the same things. We cannot, you see, like the way we were reflecting about the police, the way he said, if he has a bad heart, it keeps on going like that. So there is no difference between the one who shot and the one who is taking advantage of the situation. Mm-hmm. For me, protest, I believe, from what has been going on, even the 2024, June 25th protest, it was about calling out the finance bill. The youths were outside, you see. So what the politicians do, they infiltrate the protest and diverge now the topic around it. We might have a line and a topic and a direction towards some certain things, but they come and diverge. You see, like the way they throw shades on one another. Now, we don't know which side. Is it the opposition or the government, which brings call goons to come and bring mayhem and chaos in town? Because looking at it, they all throw shades to one another. The government is bringing goons to destroy demonstration, because so that they can say these ones are here to cause chaos in town, and then the oppositions are there saying this and that. So it's just a strangle in between. Mm-hmm. So I feel it's not good for what they are doing. Let's have a purpose and a direction. If the protest is about this thing, let's focus on that. Because as we remember what Hans was saying, we are protesting about finance bill. Kidogo, it's about that's not enough. We want you to resign. You see, so the afterthoughts of those things are the ones now we say. That's when we see the politician infiltrating the protest, of which is not a good thing to me.
So it started off as a Gen Z movement, young Kenyans complaining, trying to air out or vent or their dissatisfaction with government. But 2 years later, June 25th is one of those days that everyone appears to observe. You can see the pictures, it's like a public holiday. But do you think that you as vijana are still in control of this day? Or ilienda? June 25th is no longer about the Gen Zs, it's no longer about young Kenyans complaining about their dissatisfaction. Politicians took over, now ameenda nayo. Chacha.
No, Fred, kuna hii msemo moja walisemanga Waswahili, when two bulls are fighting, ground inaumia. So we are the ground. Wakikanyaga chini hivi, na hao fari wao wakipigana, mali wanakanyaga sana ni chini. Chini ndio kunaumia. Si ni kweli? So unajua sasa hiyo chini ni sisi, Gen Zs. Unajua wale wanasiasa ni watu very intelligent. Wale watu watapigana sasa hivi, naona media wanapigana. Social media wanapigana, washiana chache. Lakini kifika mahali wataenda wakae meza moja wakule wamesema tushamaliza kazi. Wao wako kazi. Unaona? Huwezi kuwa satisfied. Hata before tukuwe compensated na William Ruto aseme mambo ya compensate, although hatujaona kama tutakompensatiwa teva, hatujakompensatiwa. Lakini kuna wale wanasiasa wa chini tuko nao pale chini. Unajua mtu angekuwa kwanza kukusaidia ni yule mwanasiasa ako pale chini. MCA, MPs wale wanakujua. Akwambie fulani anakujua
na anajua uliumia.
Ushaongea na yeye umemweleza situation. Like sitakuwa muongo. I talked to one of the MPs and he gave me his number. Nilijaribu ku reach out na yeye nikaona ni kama anamlazimisha. Na ni MP mwenye anasema anatetea vijana sana.
Kuhusu compensation.
Everything. Hata street anatuambia anakuaga na alikuwa. Maandamano ya hiyo siku tuliumia sisi alikuwa. Mimi sitaficha. Beta kusema ukweli tutoke. That's why in every tukikuwa mahali kama Gen Z, hata kama ni matanga fulani imetokea tukizika mwenzetu, hatutaki wanasiasa wapie. Na hatuwezi ruhusu mwanasiasa kuongea. Juzi Obina alikuwa ameweka this what you call vurugutu. Wanasiasa walikatazwa kuongea. We as Gen Z tunataka tujisimamia sasa. Maana wanasiasa wamekuwa waongo.
Bado nikikumbuka wakati huo mlifukuza hata makanisa mliyasimamisha wasikubalia wanasiasa kuja hapo mbele kwa madhabahu na kuongea, lakini kama wamerudi
ni kutudanganya. Si kutudanganya. Kuna haja gani? Unajua tuzoe to call mucho benefit. Acha mimi ni benefit kutoka kwako. Although normal mwananchi kama Jesus, busy beneficial yetu kutoka wale watu opposition au viongozi ni kidogo sana. Unajua mwananchi ni yule mtu ukimwambia, yani ukishatumsaidia kidogo sana na msaada wako. Si lazima umpe kila siku. Unaona? Msaada wako ni uone hata kama utanipa hela, pesa. Nataka nione msaada wako. Nilikuwa Kenyatta, nimetoka Kenyatta. Nika reach out na wewe. Unajua lazima niende check up. Ukweli ama uongo? Sina fedha za nipeleka check up niende pale Kenyatta nifanyiwe check up. Sina huo uwezo. Niko kwa nyumba. Nimerudi nimepigwa risasi. Maraba bullet niko kwa nyumba miezi 4, miezi 5. Kuanzia mwezi wa 6 mimi sijaenda kazi. Survivors. Either kuna ile kazi nilikuwa nafanya, ile kazi ya jua kali ile ndogo ndogo ile nafanya. Maybe chest yangu ilipata problem, I can't do it. Lazima nitoke hapo niende ka small hustle nifanyie mtu hapo kwa kazi, anipe 300 nikuja nikule. Ile nyumba naishi na ilipa. Ni reach out kumtuka wewe nilikuwa mgonjwa. Wewe ni mwanasiasa. Uko position. Una support one time ama two time. Uko one time. Yule mtu unasimama naye kusema one time pale akisimama pale mbele unachia. Sijui wherever, sijui Sifuna, sijui Babu, sijui wherever unachia hapo. Yeye ako na msaada gani kwako na reach out naye? In our group, I was the group admin in Kenyatta.
Yani ilifika wakati mpaka mkakuwa na WhatsApp
group. WhatsApp group na Kenyatta. Tulikuwa na umoja
ya waathiriwa wakati huo.
Na kitu moja naweza kuambia Fred, Jesus ni watu wengine wako na roho safi sana. Kusaidiana sisi kwa sisi. Sijui kama ushaona launching kama ya TikTok. Kuna kitu fulani ilifanyika pale, kijana fulani yule akambaye that male guy. Hiyo story ya kijana alikuwa Jesus ndio walienda hapo. Wakaenda wakasupport huyo. Kuna huyu jamaa kijana fulani babake alikuwa mgonjwa. Sijui if you can remember him. Huyu mwenye alienda babake alikuwa na kijana alikuwa anachuna jai.
Uko udhaya.
Ni Jesus walienda wakakama hapo wakamuinua pale. After Jesus kwenda kukama kuinua ndo wanasiasa wakatokea. Mbona wanasiasa wasitokee mbele kabla ya Jesus?
Lakini sasa tukiendelea mbele, and this is a question to all of you, I probably even move to Justice now. The thing is that it would appear that this youth-led movement lost steam. Would it still be necessary to continue marking this June 25th date? Now that you've already seen the kind of police action, you've seen the disruption to life, you've seen the businesses are not there, yet you know that even the agenda has been hijacked by politicians. Then what is the point of continuing to observe such a date?
You know, Fred, I don't see the point of us continuing, because when we started the movement, we had an agenda. The agenda was to solve the problems that Kenyans were facing at that time. For example, the finance bill, the high taxes, the police brutality, and so many agitations that we were driving. And we have served that purpose, and we have seen the results. And we have seen the positive side, we have seen the negative side. As a Gen Z, I can see that we need to change the strategy as starting from going forward. We should not be using this 25th. It is not necessary for all of us to be singing 25th all the years. We should now start to narrow down and start having leaders.
Okay.
You know, when we start this thing, we said we are leaderless.
Allow me to cut you short.
Yeah.
We have a live update where Vincent Kimosi is currently speaking to the media. He's one of the MPs speaking from Nyamira who had been arrested yesterday on suspicion of mobilizing people for the demonstrations. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Asking me is that yesterday I had attended an event at Sironga Sports Grounds where there was a ceremony of graduates who had completed their studies in vocational and training colleges, and I was given an opportunity to greet people, and which I did greet people, and I also gave my speech, and I did not talk about anybody. Thereafter, I left, and then outside the venue, a city has been. I met some of my supporters who stopped me. I had a brief chat with them, and then I proceeded to Sondu, where I spent the rest of the day, where I had a meeting with some few friends and also some few grassroots leaders from West Mugrango. So I recorded my statement at around 1 a.m. to around 2 a.m. Then thereafter, they told me that they will consider releasing me on condition that I will adhere to the instructions which they would want to give later. Then I told them I have no problem. They released me, and this morning at around 3 a.m. I was free. So I tried to inquire in a nutshell which offense I had committed. There was no offense. I was only told that I was mobilizing youths to come out in large numbers so that they can protest it today. Something that I never did. And I want to say this for record. Kenyans are already tired with the Kenya Kwanza administration led by William Ruto. In this country, no leader is required to mobilize Kenyans to come out and protest. Kenyans themselves have already mobilized themselves. So the Kenyans at large, they do not need any leader to mobilize them. They are undergoing fairly difficult situation economically, and they have made a decision. We in the united opposition, we have not mobilized anybody to come out and protest. Kenyans themselves have decided, and they have said they will come out and protest. And that is their constitutional right under the constitution, mawakili wako hapa from Betaisia, to come out and protest, picket peacefully. What the government is doing is taking us to the dark days during the Nyayo era. And I want to say this. We, and I in particular, I was one of the people, very critical stakeholders. During the campaigns of 2022, I and some other leaders from the region, about 5 of us, we were appointed as the regional coordinators. I was in charge of Nyasa province as the coordinator of Kenya Kwanza. At that particular time, it sounded to them we were good, and after they formed the government, they threw us out, and we decided to join another formation that is receptive to us. We joined the united opposition, and from the day that we joined the united opposition, the Kenya Kwanza administration has been looking for us. I have spoken to some of the officers in the security sector in confidence this morning, and they have informed me that from this region, 3 people have been put on the radar. One of them is Honorable Kibagendi, who was arrested about 2 months ago, and he was charged in court. So he has been, their plan has been partly executed. Another one who is on the radar, who is being tracked, who is being monitored wherever he goes, is Senator Onyonga from this region. He's being tracked, he's being monitored, what he says, and they are looking for an opportunity to arrest him. And finally, myself here, I've been also on the radar since last year when we had the elections for Nyamaiya, when they also attempted to arrest me. But because I had a lot of supporters, numbering to about 500 of them, they did not manage to execute their plan. Since then, they have been looking for me, to arrest me, intimidate me for no good reason. And the reason that I'm being targeted is one and simple. Because one, I'm a member, active member of the United Opposition as the chairman of Jubilee part of Kenya. And then another reason is because I'm a supporter of His Excellency Fred Okengo Matiang'i. That is the reason where they are targeting us. And I want to say this to the Kenya Kwanza administration. We assisted you, William Ruto, to form this government. When you needed us most, you looked for us. When you needed us most, you called to your residence and they gave us instructions to oppose an attempt of Azimio penetrating in Kisii region. You gave us instructions to make sure that nobody, or at that particular time, you perceived His Excellency Fred Matiang'i to be fighting you politically. You gave us instructions, and when you were in need, we assisted you. Now that you have formed the government, you threw us out of that government. You've come back to intimidate us. And we are saying, from now henceforth, I have made one cardinal decision that no amount of intimidation, no amount of harassment, no amount of persuasion that will ever make me to back down. Yes. I'm not going to back down. My resolve is to make sure that William Ruto is a one-term president the way we put him in leadership. Yes. Yes. The people who put William Ruto in leadership are here. Cliff Ombeta is here. And many more, they are here. His Excellency Gashawa, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, and among others who I can be able to mention. We have made a resolve. If it means we have to die so that this Kenyan can be reparated, some of us, we are ready to die.
Yeah, Vincent Kemosi, who was a national chairperson of the Jubilee Party and a former member of parliament representing West Mugirango constituency, speaking there following his arrest and eventual release later this morning. Kemosi was arrested overnight in Kisii and taken to Nyamira police station over allegations of planning or mobilizing for demonstrations today during the second anniversary to commemorate the Gen Z protests. He has since been released after questioning, and he was just updating the media on that. Back in studio, sorry I had to cut you short, Justice, and you were talking about the politicians and their involvement in this. But do you see that changing? Because now what has happened is that everything we've seen so far appears to have come to naught. That young Kenyans and whatever they were seeking, do you see them ever achieving what they sought now that the agenda has already moved on?
Yes, I can see the young people can still come strong, and we can still achieve what we wanted if only we can change the strategy. For example, we can influence parliament through going through elective seats as the young people, mobilize ourselves because we have the upper hand in numbers, come now to parliament. We can now affect, we can now influence our issues through now the parliament. Now, we can now occupy the parliament by now seeking the elective position of member of parliament, senate, and other elective positions as the young people of this country. Because we have a future to build, we have a nation to build, we have energy as the young people, we have people who can guide us through. Not necessarily we can depend from the old systems, because if we can depend on the old system, we can also be misled. Now we have to chant a new way for our new country. And I know it is possible for the youth of this country.
So do you see the necessity of continuing to mark this day, June 25th, going forward? If at all these are the situations, this is the kind of scenes we're witnessing?
If this is the situation, I don't see. This is not the formula for us to use to affect, to bring the solution. This is not the only solution. We have so many solutions that we can bring to the table and change this country. Because if you can see in other countries, when they go for protest, the police protects them until they achieve what they wanted. But when you come to this country of ours, it is mayhem, it is chaos. Even if it is peaceful, like for today, it is just an anniversary. And you can see how the police are brigading all over. So I can't see it's working. Even the political class, even the current maybe government coming through to stop the peaceful mandamano for the young people. You know, it's so unfortunate for all of us in this country. As young people, we have hope for this country, and we know that this country must be somewhere where we don't want this country to be the same place every time. We know the capacity that Kenya has for all of us, and that's where we are aiming high as the young people.
Okay.
And when we speak every time, many people try to shut us, but we are still strong, and we still come. We can still come and raise the issues in unity, and things will work out in this country. Yeah, I think we have a task ahead. We have a country to build.
All right.
Yeah.
We want now to head to Mombasa, because we do understand that the small grouping of Kenyans who are hoping to mark the remembrance of the victims of police brutality, they've finally managed to converge at a church. Let's get an update from there.
Haki yetu kwenda maandamano kwa sababu tunaomboleza wale waliokufa, tunaomboleza wale walioumia, na serikali iwe ni kama Inspector General, ni rais, ni mtu mwingine yoyote vile, bora tumeshawa notify, hawana ruhusa ya kutuambia tusiende maandamano. Hao kazi yao ni kupatia security, na tuna expect maximum security, ama we hold them accountable. My name is Brad Leona.
Members of the Fourth Estate, I will not speak much because my colleagues have highlighted what we are supposed to do today. The best memorial service we can give to our fallen patriots is to demand for justice, and we continue to demand accountability and good governance for our country, Kenya. What I would like to emphasize on is that we have notified the security personnel of this county, Mombasa. We notified the OCS of the Central Police Station. We notified all the security apparatus in Mombasa, and they are aware that today we will march from Mapembeni to Treasury Square. I want to beseech the government of this country, let's honor our patriots. Let's give the citizens of this country to give their best service and mark the anniversary in a way which is good and which can be remembered by all the citizens. Allow me to welcome Comrade Salma to also say a few remarks.
Viva comrades, viva! Viva! Langu kwanza ni kutoa shukrani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Na ndio maana leo hii tuko hapa kanisani bila kuangalia mila, desturi, dini wala mikakati ambayo yameweza kutulazimu, kwa sababu sisi sote tunaamini kwamba mlinzi wetu ni Mwenyezi Mungu, na tuko hapa in solidarity with our Christian brothers and sisters to pray to our God kwamba atulinde. Kama mwanamke ningependa kusema kwamba sisi wamama tumechoka kuzika vijana wetu. Sisi kama wamama tumechoka kuona vijana wetu wanadhulumiwa. Sisi kama wamama tumechoka kuona vijana wetu wakipigwa risasi kiholela holela. Tuko na watu ambao wanafanya udhalimu, wanafanya uhalifu, wanakiuka sheria, lakini hii nchi inaendelea upande wao na kuweza kuside na wao. So sisi tuko hapa kutoka barabarani kumon, kusikitika, kuomboleza kwa wale tuliowapoteza, na tunatumai ya kuwa we will not lose any more lives. Enough is enough. Down.
Viva comrades, viva!
Viva!
Viva comrades, viva!
Viva!
We want to send a message to all the goons ambao sahi tunajua ya kwamba wanakuwa mobilized. We have enough numbers. Tutawakabili siku ya leo. This is a very peaceful demonstration. Notification imefanywa. Ukileta noma pia sisi tutaleta noma. Kwa hivyo tumejiandaa siku ya leo. We will ensure kwamba demonstration ya leo itakuwa peaceful. Na mtu yoyote atakayepiga risasi, mtu yoyote atakayeua siku ya leo, we will hold them accountable. This is a very peaceful demonstration. Tumekuja kanisani kuomba. Wao najua wameenda kule mahali wameenda kuomba, lakini tutawakabili siku ya leo. So this is a very peaceful demonstration. Asante.
Comrades power! Comrades power!
Si wengine tuongee nao barabarani hapo tafadhali.
Kwa majina naitwa Lydia Diambo, mkazi wa Mombasa na ni kijana in this country, na niko hapa leo kwa sababu ya wale wenzangu. As a young person mwenye huwa anaenda nje kwa streets, I know that it is very important for us to come out in large numbers and demand for justice for the young people that we lost during the 2024 and 2025 protests. Na ndio maana tumejitokeza hapa leo. Leo sio siku ya PR, leo sio siku ya visibility, leo ni siku ya kuhakikisha kwamba wale vijana wetu ambao waliuliwa wamepata justice. Hatuko hapa hivi kuonyeshana, hatuko hapa hivi kufanyana ni nani anaweza na ni nani hawezi. Na tumekuja kanisani kwa sababu tulikuwa tunajua umuhimu wa kukuja SEK Memorial Cathedral because we've always been here. We came here during the first anniversary and this the second anniversary, na tutatoka nje leo kwa sababu that is what we had planned. Even though the police officers are out, bado tutatoka na tutademand justice. Na jana ilikuwa wao, kesho ni sisi.
Tripod.
All right, live pictures from Mombasa, where we've just been addressed by a group of youth at the SCK Memorial Church who are holding a vigil and a memorial service in honor and remembrance of the victims of police brutality from the 2024 protests. And it would appear, even though Mombasa, mainly on the main streets of Mombasa Island at Old Town Mombasa, even though the police presence is not that visible, that still, that's the first instance of any event, formal event, to mark the remembrance of the victims of police brutality. We do expect similar events in Nairobi, although we've seen that Parliament Road has since been barricaded by police. That is a destination that those leading the remembrance procession were hoping to get to. Whether or not they will get there remains to be seen. We still have live pictures from different parts of the country: Mombasa, Nairobi, Nakuru and elsewhere. The bottom right corner is pictures along Mombasa Road, a lot of traffic heading out of town, most of those tankers traveling towards Mombasa. On the opposite direction, unfortunately, including passenger buses, are being blocked at Mlolongo, and passengers there forced to disembark and finish their journey on foot or using other means. We're seeing pictures also from Westlands here in Nairobi, similar pictures or similar scenes as witnessed elsewhere. Quite a number of people on foot, border riders and other people on motorbikes trying to make movement. But very few vehicles, especially matatus, not present on the roads today. So that's Mombasa Road, the top left corner, Mombasa town, top left corner. The next one is pictures live from Nairobi on the right-hand side. We have Westlands, bottom left, and Mombasa Road, bottom right. Live pictures there, and police Incidentally, police on all the frames, those roadblocks, deciding which vehicle is allowed to pass through, especially towards the city center in Nairobi. Even in Westlands, those coming from Waiyaki Way have to encounter this police roadblock here and explain what their intent is, especially those who look like they want to get to the CBD.
Amekufanya ako nyuma na gari.
Ayo mama
Yes, dramatic scenes on the streets of Mombasa as a first group of the first procession that we've seen so far today in remembrance of the victims of police brutality from the Gen Z protests of 2024. Currently underway with the procession. We're still awaiting the activities in Nairobi. They were set to start at 10. But the security situation in Nairobi, in and around the main tributaries leading to the city center, may not necessarily agree with that kind of plan. They may need to change their tactics. I do not know. We'll be updating you as we go along. So live pictures in the city, within the CBD, with heavy police presence there. We're seeing heavy police presence also along Mombasa Road, with most vehicles heading towards the city center being checked, which has resulted in a rather long snarl-up, with most trucks on transit to other areas also getting caught up in this. We have live pictures from Westlands as well, where a police barricade there has prevented quite a number of motorists from getting anywhere close with the CBD. Although a few motorists are being allowed through. We also do have live pictures from Nakuru, where a similar situation is ensuing. Very few vehicles on the roads. In Nakuru, I do not know if they have planned any mass procession in remembrance of the victims. Situation fairly calm. The only place that we've witnessed a dramatic scene so far being Thika Road in Nairobi, where a few minutes ago, we saw some scenes where there was stone throwing as well as tear gas from police. We're now joined on phone by the government spokesperson, Dr. Isaac Mwaura. Good morning, Bwana Mwaura. So far, we've seen police barricade roads heading towards the city. Was that the initial plan? Because when you spoke earlier last week, you said that it would be a normal day where normal operations within the city would be allowed to proceed undeterred.
We also have the duty to maintain security. And there are plans by some people to infiltrate the city from different corners. There are people from the opposition who are mobilizing at different places. And so the police have taken charge to ensure that there are no such elements. But otherwise, traffic will flow, people will be allowed, but no such subversive elements who are likely to cause havoc there. It's a normal day, Fred. Everything is going on well, and you've even put it very clearly that only some little fiasco around Thika Road, but the rest of the country is moving on well with the business.
But we're seeing roadblocks at Westlands, at Bunyala Road roundabout, somewhere on Jogoo Road, where most motorists are being turned back and they're not being allowed to get into the CBD where their businesses and offices are. When you say it is a normal day, what exactly do you mean?
Any subversive elements that are likely to cause chaos in this country will not be allowed. And so we are taking every precautionary measure to ensure that we secure, the most important place, which is CBD and other installations across the country. That one we are going to do as a government.
All right. The CS for Interior, Kipchumba Murkomen, yesterday indicated that the procession that had been planned for remembrance of the victims of the Gen Z protests of 2024 would be allowed to continue, and that police would be available to accompany and ensure the safety of people. But now we are seeing that the place where they were to go to lay flowers, that's along Parliament Road, that it has since been barricaded. Does it mean that the procession in Nairobi will not be allowed to proceed?
The police and the Ministry of Interior have got intelligence, and if there are any plans to cause havoc in the name of, having peaceful demonstrations, that shall not be allowed. Parliament is a very protected area. It's our national, house of debate, and must be protected. But if it is according to Article 35 that people want to do it in a peaceable manner without any ulterior motives, that is protected by law, Fred. But yes, indeed, our security institutions have more information. They have intelligence. They know who is planning what, where, and how. And they will not allow subversive elements, either from the opposition or the civil society or any other quarter, to use this solemn occasion to really cause havoc. And also, let's remember, Fred, that we now, the government has put in place not to be liable from a legal point of view. There is a reparation mechanism under Professor Makau Mutua, Uwiano Initiative, and already they have given out guidelines who is supposed to be paid for those who, unfortunately lost their lives, and we send our most sincere condolences. We stand in their solidarity. Those are the kind of, initiatives that we are supposed to be witnessing, and not, political mobilization or whipping up public emotions.
All right. There are questions with regard to the provisions in Article 37, where everyone is allowed to assemble and to protest or picket peaceably and unarmed. But it would appear that with this restriction by police, many Kenyans who would want to assemble today may not be able to enjoy that right. We are saying that we are in a way suspending some provisions of the Constitution, at least for the time being.
If you read Article 24 together with the Section 82 of the Penal Code, Fred, it also gives the police the power to declare 2 or 3 people assembled together and they peaceably, but then they turn rioters. The police have the power to declare that a riot and take measures to disperse them. And if there is anything that happens, they will not be held liable. Mm-hmm. That is also our Constitution, because rights are limited, and they can be limited by law under Article 24 of the Constitution. Yes, so when you talk about Article 37 of the Constitution, we also talk about Article 35, access to information. We are also saying that this right can be limited because we also have to maintain law and order, you see. That is the role of the state. The state must also safeguard so that where your rights stop is where mine start, and vice versa. You can't say that the people who have more rights are the ones who want to disrupt the normal business of the day. With that is something that we need to really agree as a country. And for long, we have also seen in previous so-called commemorations, people attacking the police, and chasing them and all of that. So is that right? It's not right. So we must also create that balance where it's peaceful. In fact, I think going forward, it is important to have demonstration squares, like the way you find them in New York and other places where if people demonstrate, they can be there the whole day, but the rest of the city is moving on, because you can't have a situation where you create a riot in the whole city in the name of commemoration.
All right. And just before I let you go, because you've mentioned the issue of reparations, of course, in reference to the rollout of the compensation for victims, quite a number of people are saying that probably it's not enough, and they would have wanted to see perpetrators of these violations prosecuted so as to achieve justice for the victims. I have in studio here with me 2 gentlemen, Mike Dennis and Chacha, who are saying there were some of those people who were shot back in 2024. Do you feel that probably the government is being let down in your plans to compensate and to provide reparations by probably another arm of government in as far as seeking justice?
Not really. You see, remember when the president launched the report at State House, he put it very clearly. This is not to escape culpability. It does not vitiate the legal process. That is a process, as per the law, that should continue based on evidence abused in court. This is restorative justice, it's reparation. Remember, we have our legal system is adversarial. But then we as Africans, when it comes to alternative dispute resolution, it's restorative. You are trying to repair the damage, to restore relationships, It's not to say that somebody who is found culpable should not be arraigned in court and charged as per the provisions of the law. Mm-hmm. So these are 2 different processes, and you cannot rush investigations, you cannot rush the judicial process. Let it take its own course. But in the meantime, can we do some kind of repair and gives something? It's not enough also. You cannot say, for example, that 3 million will replace a lost life. No, but at least it's something, and we are going all the way back to 2017. So really, let's appreciate it's an opportunity. We thank God for Parliament having given us 2 billion shillings. As the executive, So everybody to play their role. The executive is already doing that through the UNO, Professor Makau Muthua's panel. Judiciary will continue with the case with the DPP and the other investigative agencies.
All right. And a very final question, Bwana Mwaura. We seem to be getting conflicting communication from the government. The police boss in Nairobi, Issa Mahmoud, says that there was no notification of any protest today. CS for Interior, and he's quoted by media saying that the police were notified and they would provide protection for any such procession. So which is which? And why are we getting this different kind of communication?
But you go by the statement of the Minister for Interior. He's the one in charge of security. He gave a briefing yesterday evening, and those who gave notifications, there are those who have given notifications, they will be provided for with security as per their request, as per the law, as per, what the Law Society of Kenya said as well. But of course, there are those who just want to cause mayhem and take advantage. And Fred, in the Muli, that has been the practice. You've been having people who really, infiltrate and cause chaos. There are many people who come into this thing for different purposes. If you remember, for example, even when there was a Matatu strike, there were people who were setting roadblocks and extorting pedestrians and motorists. Are those peaceful? Is that demonstration in a peaceable manner? Is that commemoration? That is goonism and chaos and anarchy. That the state will act, the government will act very firmly. The government will act very firmly against such individuals.
All right. Thank you so much, Bwana Isaac Mwaura, government spokesperson, for having time to talk to us on TV47 Breakfast. Asante sana.
Karibu sana. But let's also be patriotic. Who was Alendo?
Asante sana. All right. Dr. Isaac Mwaura, government spokesperson, talking to us via phone link, just giving some clarification on what's happening with the heavy police presence in and around the city and what we're witnessing elsewhere as well. Areas around Kapenguria in West Pokot, quite calm this morning. Mombasa initially was quite calm, still calm, but at least we're seeing a group of activists who have begun their procession in remembrance of the victims of police brutality in the protests of 2024. Other areas that we're still monitoring, Kitengela, where we got a report earlier from reporter Christine. Similar scenes witnessed there with police roadblocks. Nairobi CBD, I think with the heaviest presence of police this morning. And on Thika Road as well, where we've witnessed some cases of drama where there was some stone throwing and police retaliated by lobbing tear gas canisters to contain some of the crowds that had gathered there. But in as far as movement and traffic is concerned, most roads remain bare today, especially those leading into the city center. I still have with me my panelists this morning, and we'll be coming back to discuss a lot more with them. But first, where are we heading next? All right, we are informed that a number of opposition luminaries, especially from the United Alternative Government, are currently gathered at the Serena Hotel here in Nairobi, and they are addressing the media, including PLP party leader Martha Karua and Wiper Patriotic Front leader Kalonzo Musyoka. Let's listen into what is going on there.
Cover and security. As we go to lay the wreaths, we are Kenyans, we are taxpayers. We are not doing anything wrong. We expect this to be peaceful. And we assert our right to do those things because it's written in the Constitution. May I thank police for making the day so successful. When you barricade roads, you are enforcing the public holiday. So heko kwenu, lakini pia muweke usalama.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a day when we come out to remember the lives of the young people who were taken. Ask yourselves what crime those young people committed. Just to say that life had become impossible for Kenyans, And because they talked with the government refused to listen. And instead of listening, they tear gassed, they killed, and they maimed. If we were to stay behind and leave the victims to also stay in their homes, it would be a betrayal of the spirit of the young people. We are just coming out in solidarity. We are peaceful. We are not armed. Anybody with arms are not us or the families who are coming. Anybody armed, let the nation know and the whole world know. If there are any armed groups, those are not the victims' people. Those are not the leaders' people. Those are the agencies, the government agencies. The government has been talking about knowing of goons being mobilized. I suppose that they know if that was true, they should have taken action to make sure that those goons don't gain access even to the CBD. So we're just coming in solidarity with the families and to tell this government that you cannot avoid accountability. All these barricades are meant to make sure that nobody comes here, nobody comes to the media, so that the government can hide behind the compensation they have given. Compensation is fine, but no money can buy any life. Thank you. We must press for justice for those who were killed. The police officers and anybody who was involved must be taken and prosecuted. Thank you.
Wenzangu wameongea Kiingereza sana. Tusimame bega kwa bega na familia.
Everybody who was involved must be taken.
Mwaka wa 2024 wakipinga ushuru, wakipinga ufisadi, wakisema wanataka serikali inayoajibika na demokrasia yao. Tuwashukuru wale wote kwa heshima ya wazalendo walioaga siku hii ambao mumekaa nyumbani. Hiyo pia ni njia moja ya kutoa heshima kwa hawa wazalendo wenzetu walioaga. So staying at home is also one way of protesting. Yes. And we thank all those Kenyans who are at home today, who are peacefully and with their families remembering and honoring their heroes. That too is a very special way of honoring. In fact, you have made this day a public holiday against the wishes of this very government that killed your children. Okay. We thank also the officers who have barricaded this city. The city of Nairobi is completely barricaded. It shows a paranoid government that's afraid of its own people, afraid of its own children. But we are here also to say the constitutional right for people to protest is not dependent on the generosity of the state. And that is why we march today with the families who have come out. Amongst the families, we have the mother of Kennedy Onyango. This was the youngest victim of them all. He was only 12 years. He had almost 10 bullets in his body. The mother is here today. We are also with the mother of Rex Masai and all the other families that we march with today. So we say thank you for coming out to stand in solidarity with the families and to march with the families. We are marching to Parliament to lay these wreaths in honor of the departed heroes. And we expect security and peaceful demonstrations today. Anything happening otherwise is state-sponsored goonism, and we are telling the IG of police, we shall hold you and the officers responsible. Thank you and God bless Kenya.
Just add one thing. Waziri Musika mwenyewe alisema andamana pia na waathirika na vile vile familia zao na wenzetu wengine ambao wako hapa, tuko pamoja as kama a united alternative government. Our brother Rigiji is out there in Amonyoro, is with us. Our brother Fred Matiangi is with us. Our brother JB Muturi is also with us. In fact, for JB Muturi is watching closely because he is the chair of the Restorative Justice Commission, which is what we, as a United People's Government, put in place. Mama Kennedy is here. Sijui kama angesema tu kitu kidogo kwa niaba ya waathirika.
Okay. Kwa majina naitwa Jacinta Nyango. Mimi ni mama Nyango. Kennedy Nyango alikuwa na miaka 12. Mimi ama sisi tunataka justice, tafadhali Mr. President. Tunataka justice. Nataka kuona serikali aliyeua mtoto wangu. Angalau nitamsamehe. Naomba serikali uko na mkono. Ingekuwa ni mtoto wangu ameandika kitu mbaya kukuhusu, ungesa mchukua na angesa tia sheria. Lakini ni yale wawa na mimi ni mtu wa chini na sina cha kufanya. Niko tu na siku ya kumkumbuka kama leo. Tafadhali leo tuache na amani, tukumbuke watoto wetu. Lakini ndiye nataka justice. Nataka kuona huyo mtu. Hata sitasema afungwe afanywe nini, lakini nataka kumuona. Tafadhali. Leo tafadhali usitupee tear gas ile tulikula last year. Tafadhali. Hii age yetu sio ya kukimbia na kurukaruka kwa barabara. Hapa sijakuja kuruka na sijakuja, niko na uchungu. Tafadhali. Hiyo ndio ombi langu.
Anybody else?
Erickson's mother. Her son was killed outside Parliament.
Mama Erickson. Mama Erickson.
Kwa majina naitwa Caroline Tisia, Mama Erickson. Kijana mwenye aliuliwa nje ya Parliament. Kwa leo hii mimi nilikuwa nataka kuambia government, we just want justice from the government. Above all, accountability. So my son was killed today outside Parliament. I came to honor my son. So nataka kuambia government, leo last time walitukataza. Leo nataka tuende tuweke maua pamoja na viongozi wetu wa hii nini. Asanteni.
Mama Ibrahim, mtoto wake pia aliuliwa nje ya Parliament 2024.
Kwa majina naitwa Edith Wanjiko Kamau, mtoto wangu anaitwa Ibrahim Kamau Wanjiko, 19 years old, aliuliwa hapo nje ya Parliament. Kitu mimi ningeomba tu serikali, polisi wote wenye waliua watoto, polisi wa uaji, mimi ningeomba wachukuliwe hatua. Ndio next time wasiendelee kuua, sababu since 2024 mpaka leo tuko 2026 kila mano wanaua. Sisi tunaomba tu justice, justice, justice. Hiyo tu.
Thank you. Mama Kelvin, mtoto wake pia alipigwa na polisi akauawa.
Mimi ni Mama Kelvin Lodia, jina langu naitwa Bibi Akumu. Mimi naomba tu serikali awache tu leo tuende tuweke fulawa na msumaa Parliament pale mtoto wangu aliuliwa. Mtoto wangu alikuwa bado anasoma. Alikuwa na 16 years. Lakini sasa hii ako na 18. Sasa naomba tu serikali awache niende nisimame hapo. Nimweke kitu hata pale amelala atakumbuka. Hiyo tu ndio naomba.
Mama Njeru. Mama Njeru, tutamaliza na Mama Rex. Mama Njeru, mtoto wake pia aliuliwa.
Mimi naitwa Mama. Mtoto wangu aliuliwa Parliament. Huyo mtoto wangu alikuwa first born wangu. Sikuwa na tegemeo ingine yote. Alikuwa kazi mahali, alikuwa anisaidia. Tunaomba serikali afanye kazi yake. Juu sasa sisi hatuna kitu tunaweza tegemea kwa dunia, tunategemea mtoto. Hata tupaguza machozi hata tufanye nini? Tunataka justice kwa serikali. Asante.
Mama Chege, mtoto wake alipotea 25th June 2024 na mpaka leo forcefully disappeared na bado hajui mtoto wake yupo.
Majina naitwa Mary Getitia, mamake Dennis Chege. Since 2024 June, mtoto wangu sijawahi mpata wa leo. Nauliza hao wenye watoto wao wako missing wako wapi? Sababu sijamwona since from hiyo wakati mpaka now it's 2 years down the line. Nani anaweza vaa hiyo kiatu yenye ndani yangu? Mwenye amevaa hiyo kiatu ndiye anajua ile uchungu yenye anapitia. Since 2024 up to now.
Ole, na tutamalizia Mama Mama Rex. As you know, Rex has taken the face of this movement. Na huyu ndio Mama Rex. Historia kwa alafu tuanze.
Kwa majina naitwa Julian Mnyao, mamake Rex Kajike Masai. Yangu ni kusema the killer cops, kama message yangu venye nasema. Compensation cannot replace accountability. Arrest the killer cops. That's the message to the government. Asante.
Thank you. Hello, we are here today to remember the young people we lost in 2024, 2025, and we're here to demand justice and accountability because compensation cannot replace the lives we lost. So we ask the government, as we march to parliament, you want to be provided security. If there are any goons today who are going to try and interrupt our march, they are working for the government. As you can see, there's no one here who is armed. We are all... Kata music kidogo. Yeah, okay. So we are marching to parliament in peace. We know that Ruto is very afraid of the change that is coming in this country. So as we go to parliament, we are going there to remember those young lives that were cut short by police bullets. And we're saying money cannot replace lives. If Ruto wants to kill any people today, he can kill Charlene and George Ruto and pay them, but not young people. So we demand justice, we demand accountability, and we demand protection today. Across the entire country today, people are supposed to march, but the president has locked down the country. So even if he didn't want us to have a holiday, today is a national holiday, no work, no school, as we remember the lives lost. So as we march to parliament, we're going to march in peace as we remember those who lost.
Yeah. So these are flowers, eh? As you can see, we are armed with flowers. The families are here and the leaders. And we are asking the police, you must desist from using force against peaceful protesters. We will march from here, heading towards parliament, and wherever we will reach, we will lay the wreaths, we will lay the flowers, we'll say our prayers and light our candles. Sawa sawa, let's proceed, please.
Yes, you've just witnessed family members of the victims of police brutality accompanied by activists and a number of politicians, especially luminaries from the United Alternative Government, addressing the media at the Serena Hotel and then kick off their procession, which they insist is peaceful, towards Parliament, where they intend to lay flowers at the gate of Parliament and light candles in vigil to remember their kin, those who perished or who lost their lives in 2025. But in Nairobi, we do expect that, we don't know what to expect really. Police have already barricaded Parliament Road, so whether or not that group will be allowed to access that area remains to be seen. Meanwhile, these are live pictures from Mombasa, where the procession still continues. They've had a meeting at the SCK church, and they're now proceeding on a procession along the streets of Mombasa in remembrance of the victims of those who died in the protest. So yes, in Mombasa and Nairobi, the processions are already underway. And this is where we'll be heading now, just monitoring the procession, whether or not police will be available. At least in Mombasa, we've seen that there's a police vehicle and a number of officers accompanying the procession. Those are the kind of pictures that would be expected to be seen elsewhere. Some of the police bosses there, Gilbert Masengeli, speaking earlier in Kangemi today. Let's listen into what he had to say, even as we continue monitoring the processions.
Asante sana, nataka kuwashukuru kwa hiyo wakati wenu. Nataka kuhakikishia kwamba tuko na usalama wa kutosha wananchi wako salama, wanaendelea na kazi zao za kawaida kama kawaida. Jambo lingine nataka kusema ni kwamba nimeshukuru kwa sababu kila mtu ameheshimu haki za mwingine. Naona hakuna kari ya mtu inachomwa, hakuna pikipiki ya mtu inachomwa, watu wanapita wanaendelea kazi kama kawaida. Wanahabari mko hapa pia mnanichukua, na nasema ni asante. Sina jambo lingine la kusema, ni kuhakikisha sisi kama polisi ni kuhakikisha usalama wa kila mmoja wetu, kwa sababu everybody has got a right, but your right does not suspend other people's rights. So I'll request each and everyone to remain and confine within the rule of law as per the law. Hakuna watu tunasuia, watu wanaenda, wale watu kidogo moja mbili wale watakuwa na nia mbaya ya kutaka maybe kuhakaisha nyinyi kupita kwenu, ama wengine kutoendelea na biashara zao, ndio tutasema maybe hapo sheria itampata mwenyewe. Lakini peaceful demonstration tunashukuru kwa sababu sheria inasema wewe useme unataka kudemonstrate. Unataka kudemonstrate kwa sababu hii. Na leo tumejua kwa sababu walipresent. Hatuna neno. Wapresent, waende na wana haki ya kufanya. Vile tutawalinda. Tutawaescort hata wakitaka bandi ya polisi tuwape, itawasindikisha na watakaa mzuri. Nashukuru. Jambo tu ni kwamba ile kitu inaelekea ni kuhakikisha wale wanaandamana wanalindwa mzuri, wale wanania mbaya hawaingiani na wao. Ndio sababu unaona maybe ukiona gari inasimamishwa na kuangaliwa, wanataka kuona wambeba silaha, wambeba kitu mbaya, ama wako na watukani. Hiyo tu, na ni kazi ya polisi ya kawaida. Hatuna jambo lingine ndugu. Tunawashukuru sana. Nawapenda na Mungu awalinde. Sawa.
Yes, Deputy Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli there offering assurance that police will be available to protect any peaceful procession like the one we've just seen that has kicked off from the Serena Hotel here in Nairobi heading towards Parliament. Despite the fact that Parliament Road has already been barricaded on both sides using a razor wire, we wait to see if at all they'll be allowed access to that space. Another procession is happening in Mombasa, and this one appears to be in the company of security agencies. I'm about to exit studio, but allow me to acknowledge my panelists today. Mike Duncan, who's a human rights activist. Asante sana for your time. Chacha Dismas Wantahe, an activist as well. Hans Ropp, a political analyst. And Justus Kimutai, also an analyst, who've been here since 6:30 in the morning. Asanteni sana for being patient and helping us through this. After this, I will be having Andrine Kilemi, my colleague, taking you through the events of the day in Swahili. From me, my name is Freddie Ndimuli. Have a lovely day.
Barabara mpenzi mtazamaji, tunazidi kuendeleza taarifa hizi kuhusiana na maadhimisho ya Juni 25. Ninachukua usukani kutoka kwa mwenzangu Frederick Indimuli ambaye alianza matangazo haya saa 12 asubuhi hadi sasa hivi saa 5 asubuhi.